Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this regular meeting of the Poway Unified School District's Board of Education on March 13th, 2025. Please note this meeting may be recorded and broadcasted to the direction of the board, and the recording or broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Now I invite you and our student rep from Poway Palomar Middle College, Gayuka Fajumi Jacato, I'm so sorry, to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry about that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. And now we're ready for the report out of closed session. Ms. Plotsky.
Closed session began at 4:08 under 2.1A in the matter of conference between legal counsel pending existing litigation, case number ADR 0262025 on a motion by Michelle O'Connor-Redcliffe and David Chang. The board voted to approve the settlement agreement 5-0. Under 2.1B, in a matter of conference with legal counsel pending existing litigation, the case OAH 204-120028 on a motion by Plotsky and a second by, Tim. The board voted to settle the agreement by 5-0. In a matter of conference with legal counsel pending existing litigation, case number OAH 2025-10696 on a motion by Michelle O'Connor-Redcliffe and a second by David Chang. The board voted to approve the settlement 5-0. In a matter under 2.3, in a matter of public appointment, pursuant to Government Code 154957, Principal Terra Bonita Elementary School on a motion by Ginger Hooverette and a second by Michelle O'Connor-Redcliffe. The board voted to appoint Dr. Shannon Ramsinghani as the principal of Terra Bonita Elementary School, 5-0.
If you're here, can you please stand up? And for those wondering, she starts on Monday. Ms. Plotsky, you're back up again.
Under 2.6, in the matter of public employee discipline, dismissal, and release, reassignment or resignation, the non-election pursuant to Government Codes 54945.5E and 54957 on a motion by Tim Doherty and a second by David Chang. The board voted to approve the resignation and release agreement between the board and Associate Superintendent of Student Support Services, and the vote was unanimous. Under the terms of the agreement, Associate Superintendent of Support Services and the board have mutually agreed to end his employment with the district with an effective reassignment date of June 30th, 2025. The effective date and resignation, the district will render payment of an agreed-upon amount and continue to provide certain benefits of a specific period of time. The Associate Superintendent of Student Services waives the releases the district from any and all legal claims relating to or arising out of their employment with the district. No other reportable actions was taken in closed session, and closed session ended at 5:45.
Thank you, Clerk Plotsky. Now we move on to members in attendance, and everyone is here. Thank you. And now for a welcome to the public, Ms. Kiley.
Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Board of Education. If you would like to address the board, please complete a speaker slip. If the item you would like to speak about is an agenda item, please submit a pink speaker slip and indicate the agenda item number. If you would like to address the board on a non-agendized item, please submit a white speaker slip. All speaker slips must be submitted to the clerk of the board before the agenda item comes up. If your topic is on an agenda item, you will be called to the speaker table when the agenda item is reached. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes, and each agenda item topic is limited to 20 minutes. If your topic is a non-agenda item, you will be called to the speaker table during agenda item 4.2, public comments. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes with a total of 30 minutes, unless waived by the board president. Speakers may only speak on one topic under item 4.2 and may not defer their speaking time to another individual. If there are concerns regarding specific individuals, it is preferred that the speaker refrain from naming them publicly to respect their privacy. The board will accept and review any written materials that would provide more specific information. The Brown Act does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, but your concerns will be referred to staff. With that said, welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Now we actually move to our first action item, 3.5, approval of the agenda sequence. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
And a motion to approve by Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe. Do I have a second? A second by Mr. Dockery. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. On to 4.1, which is the best part of my day. If I could have from PPMC, I'm going to say it right, I sure hope, Nakuki Fujikado. Come on up and you can correct me. I'm so sorry.
Good evening. My name is Nayuka Fujikado, and I'm the senior class president at PUSD BOE Middle College. Thank you for this opportunity to share what we have been up to. So, spring has definitely sprung, and we're very busy at PPMC, in particular through our internship and career program. Several students recently attended the Future Education Summit, and when last week we also had the opportunity to volunteer at the annual San Diego Women's Leadership Conference. We will also be joining Palomar College and the San Diego Office of Education in hosting an apprenticeship fair on April 4th on our campus. We will also be participating again in this year's CT Expo. We have also completed 2 of our No Place for Hate activities, and with the recent one focusing on propaganda in the media. We also had a case study on the Holocaust, which led to interesting and engaging discussions, and our third and final activity is scheduled for April 18th. Also in April, we'll be doing our CASP testing, and more importantly, or at least more fun, we'll be doing our junior-senior prom. The venue is in the beautiful Marina Village in the Dockside Room, and if you want to know the theme, you will have to attend our spring showcase. You might be asking, what is that? Our annual Spring Showcase is our family and community event where our students have the opportunity to showcase and share their experiences at PPMC. Students display work and projects they are proud of, and we'll also have a student panel speaking and answering questions. We'll also have some special student recognitions and award scholarships, and of course, our prom reveal. You are all invited this Wednesday, March 19th at 5:30 on our campus. Finally, we recently appointed our new Comet ambassadors, and among many other obligations, they will help with welcoming and mentoring our new students next year. Talking about new students, we are so excited to have a new group of juniors and seniors joining and enrolling in PPMC next year. We are already accepting applications, holding interviews, and meeting with families to get the students ready for the 2025-2026 school year. This will be our biggest enrollment yet, and thank you district and board members for allowing PUSD Middle College to continue. We appreciate your continued support and more than you know, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much. Next from Design 39, we have Wyatt Gordon and Siri Morthy.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Siri Morthy, and I'm an 8th grader at Design 39 campus. This is my 9th year here, and I'm excited to share updates about our middle school, elementary school, and school-wide updates.
And I'm Wyatt Gordon, also an 8th grader. I've been at D39 for 10 years, and we're excited to give you a glimpse into what happens at our school.
As we approach the end of the school year, our middle school will be busy with lots of events. Our spring dance is on May 9th, and the theme is Enchanted Garden. A team of 12 middle schoolers have been working hard on planning, and we are looking forward to it. As for us 8th graders, we are gearing up for our 8th grade promotion and promotion party. The promotion party will be a movie night where all of us graduating 8th graders will get to spend one last evening together before the promotion party, celebrating our time at DD39.
Additionally, 8th graders have received our course forms for high school, which are helping us prepare for the future. Additionally, some accelerated workshops have started this trimester, including 6th grade and 7th grade taking coursework and 8th graders beginning integrated to a math classes, which is an incredible step for students.
Meanwhile, our 6th graders are gearing up for their big trip to Cuyamaca Outdoor School, which is going to happen during March 17th through March 21st, which is when they'll be able to connect with nature and bond with their classmates.
As elementary school, the 3rd graders are currently observing trout eggs, which is starting to become a yearly tradition. When Sierra and I were in 3rd grade, it was the first time the school had done this project, and I had an idea to bring it up with some of our friends, and Siri helped build the tank for the eggs. It was amazing to see 3rd graders that are continuing our project that we started. They observed the eggs as they grew, and eventually they will release them into Miramar Lake. The 1st grader are also preparing big exhibition where they will showcase everything that they have learned this year.
Also, the 5th graders recently had the opportunity to go to JA BizTown, which is a mock town where they learn how businesses operate. At BizTown, students apply for jobs and they get to experience different careers.
Our Black Student Union has been celebrating Black history and culture through events that encourage meaningful discussions and important historical facts. We have meetings during lunch once a month and celebrate Black culture and discuss and dive deep into historical events. We also have a surprise party every so often for everyone that participates during lunch to encourage more participation from students.
At D39, we also have a Hope Squad, which is a group of students elected by their peers to help our school address student concerns. We are currently working on supporting student mental health and spreading positivity, trying our best to make sure that everyone feels heard and supported. Similarly, our No Place for Hate team has been working to promote kindness and inclusion through school-wide activities.
Design 39 is full of exciting opportunities, and we're proud to be part of such a diverse and student-led community.
Thank you so much for your time and allowing us to share these updates. We look forward to finishing the year strong and having more opportunities to join you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now from Turtleback Elementary School, we have Liliana Karpowicz and Severe Daga.
Hello, Poway Unified distinguished leaders and board members. My name is Liliana.
And my name is Severe.
And we are proud Turtleback Elementary Terrapins. We are excited to be here tonight to share how Turtleback Elementary is growing through Leader in Me and the 7 habits of highly effective people. The goal of Leader in Me is for every student to identify their own genius, and we are showing leadership by making great gains in reading, math, attendance, and behavior.
One way we demonstrate leadership is through our student leadership teams. We serve as learning mentors for younger students, lead Friday flag assemblies, teach No Place for Hate lessons, serve on our Hope Squad, plan Kindness Week, and design fun school-wide events that bring our community together, such as our Spirit Days. We also have fun family events like our Multicultural Night, Harvest Festival, and Lunch with a Loved One.
But leadership isn't just about what we do, it's also about how we learn. We focus on our big rocks, which is learning, and we are committed and excited about learning. It is showing in our results. On our IRD Reading Winter Diagnostic, our school exceeded our growth goal for the entire year. What that means is, on average, our students met their yearly goal by January. Our primary classes are also using IMSE reading curriculum with excellent results, helping our youngest students build stronger reading skills. Our second grade students are demonstrating their learning in biography writing with a living wax museum.
We believe these successes are happening because we take ownership of our learning and school culture. By practicing the 7 habits every day, we are becoming confident, responsible, and engaged students.
Thank you for supporting us as we grow into lifelong leaders and learners.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It's always wonderful to hear what you all are up to at your schools. You guys can leave because I'm sure you have things you want to do this evening. So thank you so much, and we're going to continue on in just a second. Okay, we're moving on to 4.2, public comments on non-agendized items. So individuals wishing to address the board regarding an item on the agenda or item-specific concerns may do so at this time. A couple reminders, as we have many newcomers for tonight's board meeting. Public speakers must fill out a speaker slip with your complete name, as well as the subject and topic you wish to speak on, and submit it to Ms. Anderson before the agenda item is called. The board reserves the right to group speakers on the same topic together. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 30 minutes unless waived by the board president. This is due to the necessity to conduct district business in an orderly and efficient manner. Thus, submitting a card does not guarantee you'll get to speak, although all cards submitted will be retained as public record. Members of the public with the same viewpoint may select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint. We would like to remind you that if there are concerns regarding specific individuals, it is preferred that the speaker refrain from naming them publicly, and the appropriate complaint process can be obtained by Ms. Anderson. The board will not allow any disturbance or willful interruption that disrupts the business of the board. We have a practice and expectation to continue conducting our meetings with decorum, respect, and civility. With that, Clerk Plosky, do we have any public comments under 4.2?
Yes, we have 2. The first is Stuart Cook.
Our children's mental health and academic performance have declined to a sad state. An objective school district would investigate what programs and curriculum were implemented as academic performance and mental health declined, and they would discontinue those programs. Instead, our district, led by the board president and ranking member, still promote the failed programs they installed as our children declined. Last June, Ratcliffe even said that she wanted to ramp up these failed programs to somehow bring belonging to all families. This is the definition of insanity, pushing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. The president and ranking member have both been on the board for the entirety of our children's decline and have not been professional or objective. They have become personally and emotionally invested in the failed programs that they implemented during our children's decline. These programs did not improve mental health or academic performance as advertised, In fact, mental health and academic performance declined when these programs were implemented, shown unequivocally by state testing and increased need for mental health care. If you can't see that the programs you've implemented coincided with the decline in mental health and academic performance, then you are not objective, and you've done a disservice to the families in the district. It is time to remove these programs and curriculum. We've implemented DEI, SEL, No Place for Hate, Youth in Transition, land acknowledgments, 4 Eyes of Oppression, pornography in classes and libraries, and so on. And what's the status of our children with all those programs and priorities implemented? Our children have rampant mental illness and continually declining performance. How does the district fix this, seeing as there are board members and others with strong selfish personal feelings about certain programs? I urge you all to think about the kids and not about the virtues you're trying to signal by pushing your favorite programs. I understand that you receive personal satisfaction from implementing these programs, but it's obvious they have failed, and if you're not willing to change to benefit our students, you need to resign, especially those that presided over this failure. This is what professional, objective people would do. We can't wait until the next election to turn this around for our students. Resign, Ratcliffe and Covrette, and take the new superintendent as well because he believes in the same failed priorities that you do.
Lenise Seacrest.
With 3 minutes, I have time to squeeze in a quick thank you to the Finance Department staff. I appreciate the effort to increase transparency in presentations and monthly reporting. The adjustments made have been noticed and are helpful to system thinkers. I also appreciate leadership efforts to increase transparency with special board meetings and workshop notifications for the community. I'll also mention that seeing board policy changes for a first and second reading as agenda items instead of hiding them in the consent calendar has been noticed and is appreciated. I recognize that leadership is working through a sensitive time while trying to close a massive budget deficit. Hopefully, the district management team reorganization presentation will answer a couple of my questions about the job positions being reduced or eliminated. The agenda notes the reorganization will reduce the overall number of management staff. However, the resolutions presented to the board do not communicate many management staff reductions. Why is that? School districts are known to announce layoffs when trying to close budget gaps. They're also known to rescind layoffs towards the end of the school year once a final budget outlook is available. If the district isn't planning on rescinding the layoffs of the 1 aquatics coordinator and 1 emergency planning preparedness coordinator positions in the fall, who will fulfill those duties next year? Additionally, I would like to know more about the items listed in the budget workshop packet, section 3, under the general fund budget by resource, specifically the thousands of donations listed in the report that do not mention grant in the description. Did PUSD this school year donate over $126,000 to COVID donations? Where did these donations go? I'm also concerned that the district may have donated over $15,000 to the National Foundation for Autism instead of applying that money towards support services that directly benefit PUSD students. Did PUSD use taxpayer dollars to donate over $1,000 to Sandy Hook Promise and over $51,000 to Otter Cares Foundation? There is also a line item showing a budget of donations for over $848,000 and over $107,000 of online donations. Where did these donations go? I hope I've misunderstood the budgeted expenditures and that PUSD has not been donating taxpayer funds to these organizations and others not mentioned. We can't afford that. We can't afford this. I will forward you all the list tomorrow and would appreciate it if someone would get back to me with additional details. Thank you.
Is that all of them?
Yes.
Thank you. Fantastic. We'll move on to 4.3, Approval and certification of second interim financial report approval and resolution number 56-2025 entitled Authorization to Revise the 2024-25 Budget as reflected in the second interim financial report, and approval of resolution 61-2025 entitled Authorization to Identify the Amount of Budget Reduction Solutions Needed in 2025-26 and 26-27. Mr. Dill.
Thank you, and I also want to acknowledge Executive Director Joy Ramiro and Director Justine Galura, who are here tonight. They're the ones who really do the work that goes into this report through their staff, and so I'll speak to it. They're also here in the audience in case we do get some questions that would need their support. We do have the presentation up. If we could go to slide 3, please. So tonight, the purpose of the second interim budget report is to update the board on changes to revenue and expenditures, how that has reflected in the estimated ending balance. And then we also always do a revised update of the multi-year projection with the assumptions as they have changed since December. So we'll talk about that. In the end, we will bring you a positive certification, which means that we are able to meet our financial obligations for the current year and the next 2 years. And we'll walk through that as well. You go to slide 5, please. So this slide shows a side-by-side comparison of the first interim budget report, which was the last time the board formally reviewed the budget. It is broken down by unrestricted, restricted, and combined, and then how that has changed at second interim. So this is the very high-level summary. You can see that since the first interim budget, we've had movement in both in positive directions in both ways. We are showing some additional revenue, and we're showing some reductions in expenditures. So as a result, that does improve the ending balance both on the unrestricted and restricted side. And I have some additional slides that will walk the board through the detail on each of those items. Next slide, number 6. This is a combination of current year and our history of our revenue and expenditures here at Poway Unified, with the dotted line separating the history to this current year, and those last 2 bar charts show where the budget was at first interim and where it lands now at second interim. If you look at the trend, you can see that the district does have a long history of revenue and expenditures roughly equaling, but expenditures have gone up year over year, particularly since 2020 when the pandemic hit, and that was associated with influxes of one-time revenue, which we turned around and made use of those. So that is what fueled the increase in expenditures in that 22-23 year. You can see that was when we did receive quite a bit of one-time money, which was then put to work last year and this year, which is why we do have, which just partly explains the imbalance that we have currently between revenue and expenditures. Much of that is revenue that we received last year. However, we'll walk you through the unrestricted side and how we still are deficit spending on that side, at least as it looks today. So moving on to slide 8, we get to revenue. And this is the very high level comparison of where we were in December and where we are as of the end of January for our major revenue categories. So the very top line there is local control funding formula, and then updates to our federal and state revenues. The biggest changes in the local revenue, and if you go to the next slide, we have the breakdown by all of these categories. Good news is we did receive some additional federal revenue in the form of some adjustments to our special education revenue local grants. We did have an update in the rates for state lottery, which also adjust the revenue upwards. But the big increases were on the local revenue side. And if you look at that top line there under local, that's what we call the CalShape grant. That's $3.4 million. We were aware of this grant at first interim. However, we'd not received the formal notification, what we call the award letter, and we do not book the revenue until we know that we've got certainty with an award letter. So while it was on our radar, it's the practice of not showing that revenue until we have the formal notice. So that increase shows up. Those are restricted dollars. It looks like it's local because it's passing through another agency before it gets to us here in the district, and so that's the biggest amount there. Similar to the Youth and Behavioral Initiative grant, another one that we were aware of the funding award but had not received the formal notification, so those dollars were put in as well. And then just miscellaneous increases throughout. The last one, I'll show the partial funding reduction, Charting My Path grant. That was a question at the budget workshop, if we had received any reductions in any federal revenue as a result of grants through the Department of Education being rescinded. That is the one that we have seen a reduction in. Okay, moving on to the next slide. Again, this is graphically showing our revenue history, and this really does tell the story of the one-time revenue that we received with those two middle bars, the orange and green. Had a long history of coming in about the same amount every year until 2020, when both of those bars got bigger. That really is the one-time revenue, and now if you look at where we are at both first and second interim, with that orange, yellowish, whatever that is, that golden color shrinking back down, that's right about at our historic level of federal funding that we had prior to the pandemic. Similar, the green is shrinking as well. That's the state revenue. And so as those one-time funds are dissipating, we're getting back down to our level of regular state funding, or historic state funding. So moving on to the expenditure side. On slide 12, please. Thank you. On slide 12, you'll see all of the adjustments and the variances there. The biggest changes in books and supplies, and I think it'd be easier if I just go to the next slide here to walk you through what the big difference is on books and supplies. So if you go to slide 13, please. Thank you. The biggest adjustment that you'll see there is at the bottom of materials and services, where you see projected carryover for categorical programs. When we have one-time funds or other restricted programs with multi-year spending plans, if we've not obligated those funds in the current year, we will often budget those in materials and supplies until they can be obligated either elsewhere in the budget or carried over into the next year. Now that we're more than halfway through the year, we've lowered those categorical expenditure budgets. And so we've pulled those amounts out of the materials and supplies for anticipated use in the next fiscal year. And so that's a major reduction on the expenditure side. It is offset. If you look at the top of materials and services, you'll see the exact same amounts on the top two lines as the revenue that came in on those two grants. Again, those were restricted for specific purposes, so the dollars in are equaling the dollars out on that, so no effect on the bottom line from that revenue that came in, because we will spend those for those purposes that are in the grant. And then other adjustments are simply savings that are captured throughout the year up to the middle of the year. Okay, and then going on to slide 14. Once again, very similar, showing the same history on the expenditure side. Not much to say here, other than we have used the dollars across the board in the district as both historically, and it shows the reduction trend here from first to second interim. So now going on to the reserves. Thought it'd be easiest if we showed a summary similar to the first slide, where we pull apart the unrestricted and restricted ending balances from first interim to second interim. And with slight improvement in unrestricted revenue, slight improvement in unrestricted expenditures, you can see that the reduction in the deficit of about $4 million on the unrestricted side, so from 17 million to 13.5, And then the reduction in the gap on the restricted side purely is a matter of pulling out those expenditure budgets for carryover into next year. And so those dollars will be available in the next school year. So going on to the next slide, thought it'd be helpful to show the restricted amounts specifically where we have pulled out dollars for carryover into the next year. And so that where we were at first interim, the adjustment in each one of those restricted categories for additional carryover, and then where the ending balance is anticipated to be at the end of this year on the second interim budget. So we're going to have our eyes closely on this. In many cases, these restricted programs did have multi-year spending plans, so if it was just a matter of the activities that we had planned on accomplishing this year are not going to happen but will happen next year, we need to obligate those funds next year to make sure that we continue on with our plans. If we merely have savings in those accounts, then we'll have an opportunity to look at those dollars for how we obligate them and how we prioritize them with next year, but they have to be spent according to the rules of each of those categorical programs. Really wasn't planning on going over the special funds on Fund 19. That's information, really second interim. The discussion is on the general fund. So going down into slides 20, then 21, as I mentioned, we do update our multi-year projection assumptions at each interim budget. The bold numbers on here are anything that's changed since the last time the board reviewed the budget. The major story on this one is the update in the projected cost of living adjustment for the local control funding formula and other state programs. At the beginning of the year, the Department of Finance was projecting a 2.93% COLA. They've now reduced that by 0.5% to 2.43. It does have some effects on our projected revenue for next year, which I'll walk through in upcoming slides. So we've made that adjustment. That wasn't known in December because we're always going with the last official number that Department of Finance publishes. So while in the last few months we've known that number, this is the first time we've been able to update our multi-year projection with that number officially. Correspondingly, the 26-27 projected COLA has gone up slightly. So so that has a positive effect on the multi-year in that year from where it was originally. So this is all to say that the budget plans are always evolving, and we're continually updating the assumptions as we get closer and closer to budget adoption, and all throughout the year as we know more information. So going into slide 22, this is the overall change in the multi-year projection, and I think if I were to dwell on anything on this slide, it would be the bottom row where it's just the changes in the multi-year projection from first interim to second interim. So it does show changes in revenue. Of course, we're discussing that this evening, the changes in expenditures on the first column, and then anywhere where the assumptions have resulted in a change of revenue and expenditures, that's detailed in 25, 26, 26, 27. That big jump in expenditures, of course, most closely correlates with the carryover amounts that would be built into next year. So going down into slide 23, this details those major assumptions and for the next 2 years, the upcoming budget adoption year and the year following. And in mentioning that change in the COLA by 0.5%, the top two lines there added together for our local control funding formula and our special education revenue combined results in a $2 million reduction in revenue for next year. And so while we've made some progress this year, we take a step backwards next year with this new COLA assumption. Of course, the final cost of living adjustment number isn't official until the end of this month, and so we'll know what that is in April. The governor will know that when he comes out with his May revision, and we'll see how that translates into revenue for the district. So we'll have our eye on that final COLA number, and we'll know that by the May revision. So that's probably the biggest story on the multi-year projection on 25-26, having to pull out that $2 million in LCFF and special education revenue. When you go down into 26-27, the way that our assumption formula works, we have to show that reduction from the prior year. So first you see that $2 million, but then I mentioned that the COLA went up by about almost 0.5% for that 26-27 year. But that's only about $1.5 million additional revenue in that year. So it doesn't even cover the amount that we anticipate losing next year. So again, those numbers are all estimates until we get closer to each of those school years and we know the final numbers. But as we sit today, that's how we would project out the revenue picture for the district. And really not much change in terms of the expenditure side other than that carryover amount that I mentioned. So if you go into slide 24, the final summary of our multi-year projected ending balance is presented with the reserve levels down. Because of the board's consensus and direction at the budget workshop a few weeks ago, we have put in the $10 million target for next year and the $3 million target for the following year as a budget assumption that we would be making those reductions. And so if that were to be upheld, this is the picture that we would have as we sit today for our reserve levels in the current and next 2 years. And if you go to the next slide, since we will very soon be talking about the 27-28 school year, we've added that year onto this, so you can see how the $10 million target in reductions for the next year and the $3 million target for the 26-27 brings stability to the bottom line, and it gets us to a place where we are balanced by 27-28. And so, very important to note that while you see that $10 million across 3 years, that's really an adjustment that happens in 1 year that results in savings over multiple years. And so it's not compounding. It's not 10 million plus 10 million plus 10 million. It's a $10 million reduction that you reap the savings every year unless you add it back in. So the target remains $13 million, which also correlates to the amount of our projected deficit this year. So if we can close that gap, we get back to balanced and budget stability. And that's what is shown on slide 26. So taking on the left-hand side our current imbalance between revenue and expenditures, and taking those reductions into consideration, while it still shows expenditures being slightly higher than revenue, that's on the restricted side. It's not on the unrestricted side. And we get to that point where the black line flattens out. That's the percentage of our ending balance reserve. So the bars correlate to the dollars on the left, and the line correlates to the percentage of the ending balance reserve on the right. And so that really does give us a glide path and to be intentional with how we bring those two parts of the budget in line. So in next steps, we've had 2 budget workshops. We're now here at the regular board meeting as we will be working on budget development over the next few months to be finalized as we get into May, when the governor releases his May revision, with a close eye on how the legislature responds to that. To those proposals of the governor. We'll be watching both the education and budget committees so that we have a good idea of how those proposals might impact Poway Unified should they survive through the end of June and reach the governor's desk and get signatures. There might be some things that we will not know before we finalize the budget in June, as the legislature and governor continue to negotiate that final budget deal, but if there are changes, positive or negative, we bring those back to the board in the fall. So that is that is the update on the budget. The action that we would ask tonight is that the board approve the 24-25 second interim budget report, certifying that we're able to meet our financial obligations, authorize those adjustments, and adopt the resolution identifying the necessary budget reductions. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the next slide. So slide 29, please. Thank you. So that's where we are. And if we move down to the next slide, we are at discussion.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I know we have a lot of questions and comments, so I'll start with Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe and go down the line.
I don't know so much that I have questions as comments, because I think it's important to talk about how did we get into this situation where we have $10 million that we need to cut this year and $3 million more next year. Poway Unified received something in the neighborhood of $100 million from federal and state government in short-term grants over the past several years to help our students recover from the pandemic. This is learning loss mitigation, extended learning opportunities, learning recovery, educator effectiveness, A through G improvement. We've known all along that that money was limited in duration, and it's just about up. Normally, it isn't good practice to pay for people, employees, with limited term funding, but that is exactly what Poway Unified was required to do with this money. You don't help students recover without people. You need counselors, you need psychologists, social workers, tutors, impact teachers, summer school, reduced class sizes. And that's how we spent the money. And when we planned how to use limited term money, we knew it was going away. I already said that. The problem is that once we had those extra people to support our students, it was clear that we've needed them all along, even before COVID happened. And just because the money is gone now or nearly gone doesn't mean our students don't still need those extra supports. The need stays. The money's gone, the need is still there. But when we try to keep services that we paid for with limited time money, we have to find ongoing money somewhere from other places. So the hard choices start to stack up. We want to keep the higher levels of counselors, psychologists, and social workers, then we have to cut programs and people elsewhere. And it's not like we can just raise the price of lattes to cover it. More broadly, it's not just COVID money, and I think Mr. Dill covered that pretty well. Sacramento's tightening its belt. The per pupil money we're getting next year and in the years after that is less. Our COLA is too low. We don't have as many students. Plus, we have to be prepared now for there to be much less, if not zero, federal money for education in our current political climate. So the reason our expenditures are higher this year, again, Mr. Dill started to explain that, is because we're spending down some of those restricted revenues that I just mentioned, the names of all of those. And we're trying to create that longer runway for position eliminations. As a reminder, we ended last year with almost $12 million in cuts and an additional $15 million in cuts planned for this year. Turns out we only needed 10, so that's a little bit better, but that $12 million last year wasn't easy either. And again, we have hard choices to make, and these ones hurt. They hurt a lot. And they will hurt our students. They will feel them. I'll save my additional comments for when we get to those specific proposals, but I think it was important for me to share how I'm feeling about this right now. Thanks.
Ms. Plotsky?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the federal piece. When you were talking back on page 9 about the partial funding reduction, charting pass, that money being pulled back, and that was, and it's funny to say only $308,000. That was positions immediately cut. I knew that money had been pulled back before you guys had told me, because my daughter came home and said, my teacher's gone. And she's gone because there was federal cuts, because her teacher told her that she was going to be gone because of federal cuts. And I have been asking regularly, and this is from Mr. Dill, I think every time we meet, how many grants do you think we're going to get paid? How many federal dollars are we going to get paid? Do we really see IDEA from the little amount we do receive for special ed, which is about 8.5% at the maximum for the amount of students we have, which was supposed to be 40%. And that's of about 15% of our students, roughly. I mean, we're getting 8.5%. It's now getting moved, they think, possibly to HHS department because they're looking to close the educational department. We don't know if that money is coming, and we don't know when they're going to stop it. We don't know if they're going to pull it back. So that is a huge portion. And we don't know what the state is going to be able to pick up the tab for because they're not paying their portions of it either at this point. We don't know. I've been trying to find out for the last month, the 988 suicide line. It's been a month. I've been calling up to Sacramento because the president cut that on his second day in office, the funding from federal money. We teach that to all of our kids from elementary. It's on all of their IDs. It's on our badges. We teach them all. You can text that number. You can chat on the line with that number, but call that number if you want it, because we have kids from 3rd and 4th grade and 5th grade all the way through high school, special needs through our, AP kids that need those numbers. I cannot get Sacramento to tell me if they're going to fund that line. So we don't know. Is it going to just stop at some point when their money runs out? They can't tell us. And I've talked to a lot of people. So these are the things that we're working on and we're calling on every single day because the money's just disappearing for those federal funding. So I guess I want to bring that to people's attention.
Mr. Dockery?
Thank you. Could you go to slide 25? I just, whoever that is, that's a good slide for me that I like. And I just wanted to add some color and context for some things that sort of help me get my mind in the right place to know where we should be heading. And to your point, land that plane softly, or chart a path, I think is the words you use. But the current cost structure of the district in its current state, I think is unsustainable. It's just not structured right. Just 4 years ago, we were spending roughly $11,600 per ADA. I think the number was $411 million. So within 2 years after that, the district had an additional $50 million in the general fund balance and was now spending about $15,000 per ADA for a lot of the reasons you explained, right? We know that. This year, we will spend almost $17,000 per ADA, a roughly 10% increase for those 4 years, year over year. Inflation adjusted from 2021, spend should be roughly $14,100 per ADA this year, conservatively. That difference of $2,900 per today's ADA is equivalent to, if I'm not wrong, about close to $100 million, $96 million. This year and next year alone, we will deficit spend through over $70 million, about $2,100 per student. So those are the things, sort of exercises I go through, and to your point, a lot of things happen in those 4 years, and call it 5 years. But those are sort of the context that sort of helps me get to a place where I'm looking at the proposals and the out years to fix that. And my last comment here was really that the waters change so rapidly. And the school districts are like big ocean liners, right? And the waters just change like that. And so to that, I have some more comments, but I'll let it go through. But board and staff recently, I appreciate some of those public comments, have tried to engage the community and stakeholders in this process to determine budget gap solutions. We have a lot of new faces and team members trying to do the best with the awkward timeline, new board members, new leadership coming online. I think tonight what we're going to discuss is the start of restructuring, getting that cost model under control. So there's a lot of work to be done between tonight and June when the budget's finalized, and I'll touch on that later as well. So again, back to doing our best to land that plane softly and chart that path.
Mr. Chang.
I want to thank the other members for providing more context about how we got to this situation. Something that most people don't know, and I didn't know myself previously, is that there are financial legal requirements that the school districts are required to meet. And when school districts don't meet those financial requirements, the state or the county starts their takeover process. So the state or the county literally takes your district, and now the PUSD that we cherish no longer exists, or we will be under the control of the state or the county. So that's what happens when we don't meet the financial requirements as dictated by the state. And so this is why there is no choice for us not to cut spending. If you've seen we've known this was coming since probably 8 months ago. Some of the members of the public remember the $28 million spending cut plan, right, over 2 years. And so, like Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe said, we were supposed to cut $15 million the second year, but we've been able to reduce that to $10 million this year. And so I think that it's important to understand why we are considering budget cuts. It's not because we think that it makes us look better if we have a balanced book. It's because the state has this legal requirement for us to do so. Now, I want to touch upon, for those of you that either reviewed the budget workshop material or maybe heard mentions of it, at the workshop, Dr. Churchill presented 3 categories of areas that the district is going to look at in terms of cuts. It's personnel, non-personnel, as well as growing revenue. And so I want to emphasize that for me, the priority needs to be in the non-personnel cuts. And, the timing and the meeting the legal requirements of the notices has made this a very awkward process for everyone involved. So the district is required to provide notices in March, even though the budget is not established till June. And so you've seen this done in a lot of other school districts. They'll issue notices that do not result in layoffs, and that's because of this legal notice requirement. And I emphasize that the priority for me is to identify non-personnel cuts, because I expect Mr. Dill and his team will work very hard between now and June to identify areas of cuts, whether it be in contracts, whether it be in subscriptions or consulting services. We've talked about some of these areas in the budget workshop, so I encourage you to take a look at those areas as well. So my expectation is that over the next 3 months, the district will be working very hard to identify potential areas of cuts in the non-personnel areas. And, if at the end of the day, the district is not able to identify enough non-personnel cuts that would allow us to meet our financial requirements, then the painful thing of having to cut personnel, unfortunately, that's a reality we'll have to face. But the priority for us is always to look at the non-personnel side first. I have some comments about the resolution. I'll wait until we get to that. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Kiley? Nothing? Well, one thing, Mr. Dill, they're not really asking a lot of questions, so it's your thing.
Great presentation.
It was a great presentation. One thing I do want to mention is when we talk about the money that we're saying, we can move it forward. That's just, again, the one-time money, and it doesn't show that $10 million that we have to keep moving down the road, which is very hard. And, as Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe, everyone mentioned, when we were given this money, it was to spend to help our kids. And that was the priority at all different points. And now we've come to the point where we do have to make some really hard decisions. And last year, we were able to make over $11 million in cuts without cutting personnel. And there wasn't low-hanging fruit. Those were really hard decisions last year that we had to make as well. This is a hard day. I'm going to keep going around because I think there's more. No? Did you have anything else? Well, I'll come back to you. I'll go ahead and go to Mr. Doctor.
Yeah, just a few more things specifically to the plan, and we talked about this in the workshop here a couple times, but you know, the same slide here, you know, the few things that checks my boxes that I support this plan is breaking even in year 3, 27, 28, keeping the average expenditures below $550 million over the 3 years, this year +2, and keeping a $45 million fund balance. Those 3 things are really important to me, because as I stated before, we, you know, a lot of different circumstances, but it's easy to burn through quite a bit. And if you don't have, you know, more than that 2% where the county takes over, I think 45 million is a good number, even though it might not be exactly 10, or I forget what it is right there, 8.2. For those reasons, you know, I like this plan. Of course, the risk is lower revenue, right? You talked about that. We don't have the budget till June sometime. That's primarily out of our control. Higher expenses, slightly out of our control. More expenses are very well within our control, right? And for a lot of, and I think we approach it for a lot of the ways Mr. Chang said. You know, there's other variables, but for those reasons, you know, I like this plan. It checks, you know, 3 or more boxes for me.
One thing he brought up, and I'd love your answer to this, is how much is 1 month of payroll? Just so we understand about how much is, why we need such a reserve. Estimation is fine.
I wish you had prepped me for that
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry. I apologize.
It actually, our cash flow report is in the 134-page document, which actually shows month by month by month what we spend on payroll.
Number.
You know, generally,
Sorry.
you know, 3% of your budget would be about 1 month of payroll. So really that 2% minimum reserve wouldn't even allow us to make our payroll for that month if we were to dip below it. So I mean, that I can say with some certainty. I just don't want to. I don't want to quote the dollar
That
amounts.
actually
Yeah,
answered the question. When
Yes.
2% doesn't even cover a month of payroll, that
Correct.
shows the importance of having a significant reserve.
Not only would it not cover payroll, but not for any other invoices or vendors that we would have to pay as well. So, you know, we would be quickly upside down if we did not have any resources.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Mr. Chang?
You're probably going to move to the voting on the resolution. Should I wait for, I have specific comments about the resolution itself. Should I wait?
Okay, let's hear Heather. Let's hear Heather, and then we can go to that.
So there's 2 comments I wanted to make before we move to the resolution. One, a lot of people wrote in, and they were very thoughtful. I know you guys were angry. I would be angry. But I tried to write back to you as many of you as I could, up till the time that I left for the meeting today. So I did miss a few of you, but I did try to answer all your questions. When I answered, this is the worst case scenario, what's happening later in the meeting tonight. And it's not necessarily, you know, the final end all. So I want to make that point clear. A lot of you in the green shirts know me, and you know that this is hard, and it was a hard decision to make. It's the last decision we wanted to make. One thing that we haven't accounted for is the big elephant in the room. All of this, the budget, we have a huge amount of infrastructure that at any moment could just come crashing this budget and blow it out of the wall. Just blow this whole thing to smithereens. And I don't think I'm missing that point, correct? I mean, anything at any one of the big high schools could, Arby's chiller stops tomorrow, or, one of the roofs cave in somewhere. It's gonna topple this $10 million that we're trying to eliminate. And then we have a whole nother problem on our hands. So that's something that in the back of our heads at all times. It's like when we get a text early in the morning or late at night, it's like, oh God, please, what is wrong? Because we're worried about like what that is, because that's something else that's just going to destroy this budget. So keep that in mind when you're looking at these numbers, that's something that the five of us all have to at all times, and as well as everybody else on the dais, that's something else that just destroys this. And that's one of the biggest things that got us into this position, is trying to fix some of those holes and just keep things together with duct tape and crazy glue. Thanks.
I know we want to talk about the resolution. Do we want to go ahead and have a motion and a second to have that discussion? Do I have a motion for this, or are there more comments out there? You want some more comments?
So we have two resolutions. I don't have any comments on the first one. Do you want to take care of that one first?
Can we separate them out, or did you want to do?
You certainly could separate it out and take individual votes and address that question when we get to Resolution 61, 2025. Or
Okay.
you could discuss the Mr. Cheng's
Yeah, why don't
potential
you go ahead and
changes.
mention it now, and then we can see
And then you
how
could
it
all
affects
do it under one motion if
Perfect.
the board agrees to the change.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. My comment has to do with the second resolution, which is 61-2025. In the, fourth paragraph, where it starts with now, it says, "Now therefore be resolved, if the fiscal condition does not improve, then the district will implement at least $10 million in expenditure." I'm uncomfortable, and I'm sorry, maybe because I'm a lawyer, with this phrase that says, if the fiscal condition does not improve. That would mean that if we got $100 more in revenue, then the rest of the sentence doesn't count. And so, again, I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer and picky about language. And so I would like to remove that phrase. If the fiscal condition does dramatically change, the district will always come back with a new resolution, ask the board to approve a new version of the budget. But for now, I would like to strike that phrase, if the fiscal condition does not improve, and just leave the rest. That would be my proposal.
Is there any discussion on that? I'm okay with that deletion.
I'd like to hear Mr. Dill's opinion of that, and sort of my follow-up to that might be like, are these just like kind of boilerplate type resolutions, or is there freedom like that? Like, how does it work?
Well, there is freedom, and ultimately, this is the board's resolution. This is what you are agreeing to do or committing to do by adopting this. Certainly, if I were to come back and say we do have additional revenue, or we found additional reductions, the board could say, we believe the fiscal condition has improved, and so the draft of the adopted budget we are going to approve. We wouldn't have the county office saying, hey, wait a minute, you said over here you were going to cut 10 million and you didn't do it. We would say, hey, between the improved revenue picture and the level of cuts that were ultimately made, we still hit the same target for next year. We wouldn't have any problem with approval of the budget if we were to do that. All of that being said, I don't think it ties our hands by taking that clause out that's proposed, because in the end, as Mr. Cheng points out, if we need to bring another resolution with the adopted budget to say, okay, now here's where we are, and so the board now needs to commit to another another reduction target, we can certainly do that at that point, because you'll be reacting to new information. And so I don't believe this ties your hands forever, but it is showing, as we submit the second interim budget report to the county office, that the board has taken a vote and has committed to this level of reductions when they're reviewing our positive certification.
I'd make the motion with Mr. Chang's change to approve both resolutions.
And approve the second interim financial report.
And to add that, we need to approve the resolution 61, 2025, entitled authorization to identify the amount of budget.
No,
The first one, oh, I'm sorry.
Certify the second interim financial report.
We need to approve
I
this one
said
as
both
well.
resolutions, so that's
Okay.
what I meant.
So we need to
Actually
approve
have-
3 things here, which is
Okay.
approve the second interim budget report,
Okay,
and then to approve each of those resolutions. I don't
Okay.
have them in front of me, which numbers they are.
I am happy to add that into my motion. Also to approve the second interim budget report and both resolutions with the amendment suggested by Mr. Chang.
I will second.
We got there.
fantastic. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 6-0. And now we go to 4.4, the district management team reorganization. Dr. Churchill.
Thanks, and I'd like to go a little bit out of order. I don't know if there's public comment on this agenda item, but I'd like to have the opportunity to run through the presentation first, and then if there is public comment on this, take that following the presentation, because I think that the information here will be helpful in advance of that. No public comment, all right, even better.
Just to make sure that's clear to the public, so you're going to go through this, and then they'll have, if someone wants to,
There is no public
there
comments.
is none at all.
That was
So-
my
so
misunderstanding. Yep.
After this, will we give another chance if something from what you,
No, they had to put that stuff in.
If we had received speaker cards, I was proposing we hold them so I could do the presentation first. We did not receive speaker cards, so we're good.
It's clear.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so thank you. I'm pleased to share the first phase of our upcoming district office management reorganization. These slides will be available online tomorrow for everybody. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with our mission and our vision as a foundation, and then I'd like us to keep student academic growth and student wellness and belonging as our North Star. Next slide, please. I think it's important to have specific, concrete goals for the organization to work towards collectively and collaboratively. Our current LCAP goals point us in the right direction. I'm hopeful over time that we can engage in a process of strategic visioning and planning to adopt board goals for the organization and to align all actions and functions with the accomplishment of those goals. In the meantime, the LCAP provides a reasonable starting place with the goals as you see here: student safety and belonging, student achievement and learning opportunities for all students, and an emphasis on fostering and maintaining positive relationships with parents and community. Next slide, please. In light of those goals and our larger strategic vision, the board has been clear with me since day one that it's time to rethink the structures and systems in place here at the district office. Please note that this is really phase one of a longer-term activity, and this first component focuses primarily on our district office structures with an eye to continuous improvement. What you'll see here this evening is designed to accomplish a few things, including a shift to lean thinking, strengthening support for all students, streamlining structures and systems, and achieving cost savings. Key components that you can see here include some targeted position reductions at the district office management level, some strategic additions and modifications, and an intentional focus on both student achievement and belonging. Next slide, please. You'll hear a lot of talk moving forward about MTSS, or multi-tiered systems of support, and I'd like to take just a moment to highlight what we mean by that. MTSS is a proactive, data-driven framework used in schools to provide targeted support for all students. It integrates academic, behavioral, and social emotional interventions into a cohesive system to ensure students receive the appropriate levels of support based on their needs. Tier 1 refers to universal supports, which is high quality instruction and positive behavioral expectations that are provided to all students. We often call this best first instruction. Tier 2 refers to targeted support. These are small group interventions for students who need additional help beyond Tier 1. And Tier 3 refers to intensive support with individualized interventions for students with significant needs. For us to focus on the achievement and growth of all students, we need a comprehensive system of supports embedded throughout the organization. Likewise, for us to focus on student belonging and inclusion across our organization, we need to embed these supports across the 3 domains here and throughout the 3 tiers as you see on the screen. When we say all students, we really mean that, including students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and other historically underserved groups of students. Next slide, please. One quick note, I'm a fan of continuous improvement. I often rely on the Deming cycle or the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle as a mechanism for implementing innovations and then checking to see if we're having the desired outcomes. And if not, then we ought to go back and create new iterations and to calibrate around our goals and objectives. Next slide, please. As Steve Jobs noted, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. It's through this lens that I hope we can view upcoming changes to the structure of the district office management team as we focus on student growth and learning and student safety and belonging. Next slide, please. So you're familiar with the existing structure of our district office leadership team, 5 divisions reporting to the superintendent, as well as a small communications team. You'll note that the Tech and Innovation Division has been without an associate superintendent for the past year. For the 25-26 school year, we'll implement a new streamlined structure with an emphasis on focused and intentional systems, collaboration, and the elimination of silos. Next slide, please. As you'll see here, we'll shift from 5 divisions to 3 divisions for the new school year. I want to thank Mr. Mizell for his excellent service to the district and wish him well in his next adventures. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll continue to have a significant impact on student achievement. The Student Support Services Division was created a number of years ago to address systemic needs in 3 broad categories: special education, school counseling, and student safety. Under Mr. Mizell's leadership, we've made great improvements in these areas. With Mr. Mizell's anticipated departure, it opens up the opportunity for these areas to be moved back under the Learning Support Services Division. As it pertains to special education, recognizing that all students are general education students first, it only makes sense, especially with our renewed focus on multi-tiered systems of support. Again, the emphasis will be on streamlined systems and collaboration. Also, we've done a lot of work on student and staff belonging over the last 5 years, along with student academic growth and learning. We'll also continue to focus on belonging and embed that across divisions, departments, and leaders. You'll also note that here on this chart, the technology services will report directly to the superintendent in the new model. More on that in a moment, but because technology services supports areas across our district, from human resources to fiscal services to student learning, I think it's important that the team be moved as you see here on the screen. Next slide, please. I'd like to quickly run through what each of the divisions will look like at a high level moving forward. So here, PSS, or Personnel Support Services, will continue to have several primary areas of focus, including the Human Resources Department, Personnel Commission, Employee Benefits, and Labor Relations. In the new model, the Risk Management Department will fall under the Business Support Services Division, as you'll see in a few minutes. Next slide, please. The biggest changes in the district office management reorganization can be seen in the Learning Support Services Division, or LSS. Some responsibilities will look largely the same. LSS will continue to support school sites and will coach, supervise, and evaluate principals. They'll continue to support ESS and preschool, and they'll oversee curriculum and assessment, as well as career, technical, adult, and alternative education. In the new model, educational technology and associated professional development will move from tech and innovation to LSS, and special education, as well as counseling, will shift from student support services to LSS. You'll see larger changes in an area we're tentatively thinking about as the Department of Safety, Attendance, Discipline, and Engagement. In a cost-neutral move, we'll shift one of the current LSS executive directors from supporting and supervising schools to lead this updated department. Primary responsibilities will include supporting the Office of Attendance and Discipline, overseeing all aspects of district safety, including running the Emergency Operations Center and serving as a liaison with public safety agencies like the police and fire departments, the Department of Homeland Security, and other law enforcement and emergency management agencies. We'll be responsible for student engagement, including ASB and student athletics, and will support systems improvements related to enrollment, short-term independent study, and more. Another important change in LSS will be the focus on multi-tiered systems of support, and cost savings in the form of other management reductions will support this change. Leadership in this area will include a strategic focus on academic success and improvement, which includes aligning academic data and ensuring appropriate supports are in place for all students. For all students at every level, whether that be our highest achieving students or our underserved students in need of additional support. This will ensure alignment between our SPSAs and the LCAP in a meaningful and intentional way that addresses student success in all areas, including academic, social, emotional, and behavioral domains. Next slide, please. Finally, business support services, or BSS, will continue to serve the core functions of overseeing the departments on the screen here, with the addition of risk management. A priority for both PSS and BSS will be to streamline systems and processes, to reduce bureaucracy, and to improve services that ultimately impact student learning and growth. Next slide, please. Before I go to the slides summarizing the overall management reductions that are part of this reorganization, I want to explain why you don't see all of the reductions on the layoff notifications later in the agenda. There are 3 mechanisms for reducing staff. The first is through attrition. Generally, this is when people resign or retire or are reassigned, and we don't backfill the vacant position. The next is through the expiration of temporary contracts. In each of these cases, a March 15th notification is not required. Accordingly, they are not listed on the agenda this evening. The third way, as you know, is through layoffs. And for both certificated staff and classified staff, California Government Code requires that impacted employees be notified of board action to reduce positions in advance of March 15th each year. Mr. Jimenez can certainly talk about that more later in the agenda. For now, I want to make the point that not all of the management positions that will be reduced are listed on the layoff resolutions. I know this has caused some confusion about how many managers are being eliminated for next year, so I'll support that. I'll summarize that next. Next slide. As you know, and it has been mentioned this evening, we cut about $11 million without impacting people coming into this year. As you know, about 85% of our overall budget is related to personnel expenses, and we've committed to making another $10 million in cuts for the upcoming year. To do so, though it's painful, we plan to reduce some personnel expenses. Accordingly, we've identified approximately $2 million in cuts to the district office management team, which will represent about 20% of the overall $10 million in reductions for next year. Regarding personnel reductions overall, we estimate that the management cuts, including APSM, will represent 30 to 40% of the total personnel reductions. So as you see here on the screen, the net reduction of district office management staff will be 10 positions next year. Some of the reductions are in the form of resignations, and others are in the form of retirements. In both cases, we are not replacing those vacated positions. 2 more of the positions here are currently vacant and will also not be replaced. As noted, the Technology Services Department will report directly to the superintendent, and the director position will be upgraded to a Chief Technology Officer position with additional responsibilities. Also, as mentioned, one of the LSS executive directors will be reassigned as an executive director responsible for safety, attendance, discipline, and engagement. The only new position here is an executive director in charge of MTSS, data, and improvement, with the responsibilities I discussed earlier. Even with this addition, we have a net reduction of 10 positions with an estimated net savings of $2 million towards our overall $10 million reduction. Next slide, please. Last slide. So in terms of next steps, the board will take action later on the agenda on the position reductions occurring via layoffs. Moving forward, staff will carefully review possible non-personnel savings, as well as looking at potential new sources of revenue. We'll review things like contracts and services, software and subscriptions, and department budgets for additional savings to the non-personnel side. And we have until June budget adoption to do that. We look forward to sharing more in the future. Additionally, we'll engage with our bargaining unit partners through the interest-based problem-solving process. We've had one day of interest-based bargaining with PFT, and tomorrow we'll have our first day of interest-based bargaining with PSEA. I look forward to working with them to address concerns and to move forward together. I want to acknowledge the many folks who are here this evening. Thank you for being here, and I'll turn it back to President Couvret.
Thank you very much. I know you haven't been here very long, but I appreciate you being able to take a holistic look at the district's office.
Thanks.
And it's been very difficult changes. Again, we'll start going down the line. Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe, would you like to?
Thanks. I'm happy about how you, Dr. Churchill, have led the way with this district office and management reorganization and those accompanying cuts. I think it feels very aggressive, but it is in line with the board's directive to keep cuts as far from the classroom as possible. So I appreciate that. We know it's important for leadership to bear more of the pain to shield people and ultimately our students when possible. And I think this reorg does that. I think everyone up here have received emails today and yesterday and the day before who are upset about a presumed lack of district office personnel being reduced. So I think it's important that you provided this clarity on that. Thank you for the presentation. I know that these cuts will, at least initially, be cheered by many people. So it is my hope that these reductions at the district office and in management won't result in too much reduction of support at our school sites, because I fear that they will feel it. I don't think we're proposing a cut that we're not going to feel, and I think this package is going to be felt too. But thank you for leading the way on this, and it's what we asked you to do. So thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Plotsky?
Yeah, no, I really like the new restructuring, but just as it is hard to look out at the PSEA employees and the PFT employees and the Axum employees that are on the list, it's just as hard to look at or know that big long list of employees that are being cut from this group. It's hard to know those faces, not just as a board member for 2 years, but as a parent in this district and for 7 years, and going to those people for things. It's a long list. So it's just as hard to see that happen as well. And I want to acknowledge those people for the same reason that this, even though it's necessary, this, is not something that's worst case scenario. This is happening. This isn't we might rescind in June. This is happening. So it's just, I want to acknowledge and thank all of these people for the hard work and dedication they've given to Team PUSD. So, thanks.
Yeah, so I'll get to commenting on Heather's comments there, and I agree, I'll get to that in a second, but thank you for the work here, Superintendent Churchill. I think, for me, being, new here, new at the job here, things are a little easier for me in that way. I am just getting to know people, here in this office and such, but you're new, and really just taking 3 months grinding through, trying to figure things out and come up with a plan that gets to the things that we need for the reasons I talked about earlier in the budget, okay? We can certainly, take a look, like you said, grind through improvements, eliminating waste and efficiencies. I think we're going to find a lot more than we think, and hopefully ease some of possible future cuts of personnel. I really do. I think you got the right mindset. I love the Deming cycle, that culture. So I appreciate that. Again, we've got 3 months here to really come up with a good budget for June that really tackles a lot of this before we hit personnel again if we need to. But Heather, to your point, I hope there's not a conflict between the different groups here of personnel that we're talking about, especially here in these four walls of this building and throughout the DO. There's been, as a parent, and you hear things, and some of the reasons why I ran for school board was to help straighten things up, be part of that. And so I want to make sure that we're acknowledging all the people in this building, whether you're part of this reorg or not. Really important people that went through a lot last few years with old management and COVID and everything. So I think it's real important to recognize that. And I don't know a whole lot of them. I know enough who may or may not be affected. But yeah, right on that. Thank you.
First of all, I want to recognize that behind every one of these positions is a person, and likely a family. I think all of us never lose sight of that when we're discussing these difficult topics. I receive a lot of feedback from community members, as I'm sure other board members have. I receive them from parents, teachers, staff members, and a lot more people regarding how to balance the budget. It's difficult for everyone to agree on something, as you know, as everyone knows. However, it seems like vast majority of people pretty much agrees that the district office is overstaffed. And I hear that all the time. Doesn't matter if it's from parents, doesn't matter from teachers, from classified member. It's just I hear it all the time. And so, so I recognize, and I want to thank Dr. Churchill that, obviously you only got here 2-3 months ago, and I want to appreciate this plan. I recognize that this is a good first step. I hope that, as you implement this and learn more, there may be more opportunities to streamline the district office. And I completely agree with what you said and others said about prioritizing non-personnel cuts. And I want to latch on to something Heather said as well. When it comes to difficult personnel cuts, I think it's important that the first cuts be at the DO, be in management. I think for leaders know that when you make difficult decisions, you always need to first lead by example, right? And so the management cuts to us, or at least to me, is a priority over the other cuts that we may need to make. I think, Heather, you said that you believe these are being implemented regardless of what happens between now and June, and I share the same view. I think we need to move forward with this DO reorg no matter what, and it needs to take top priority when we need to make difficult personnel cuts. And I think if you take the time to look at the reorg more closely, you will recognize that Dr. Churchill is making some difficult decisions, right? We're reducing associate superintendent's positions from 5 to 3. We're making a lot of cuts at a management position, and that's not an accident. That's an intentional direction from the board, as well as what Dr. Churchill wanted to streamline the district office. So I want to thank you for that, and I support the plan. Thank you.
I mean, I agree with everything that's been said so far, and I guess I would just want to reemphasize that as a student, and for all of our students, the first things that we feel are in our classrooms. It's our teachers and, instructional assistants and aides. Like, that's who we see day to day, counselors, psychologists, principals, staff, and that's where we feel it the most. And I think that at the district office level, there's no change that you can make that a student won't feel in their classroom in an elementary school. There's no change that's possible that's like that. And I mean, as we've all said, we're facing a hard decision. And so just from a student perspective, I think that it's important to prioritize so much what happens in the classroom versus what's happening on a management level. And every single change that happens will affect somebody. There's no way around that. And even when we're cutting away from personnel last year with the buses, that affected people too directly. And there's no way to avoid situations like that. And it's just hard. So I would just like to, that's how I feel about it. And there's no easy way to get around that. But thank you. And I appreciate this plan, and I appreciate the fact that it is moving away from the classroom.
It's always wonderful to hear the student voice, because that's a very important perspective. And this is going to put a lot of work on the people who are here. These were not jobs that were going undone. They were really tough. So I appreciate everyone's thoughts and perspective. Is there anyone else who'd like to say anything else before we move on? Go ahead.
I'm tempted just to respond a little bit to what Ms. Kiley said. I think that students will feel some of these, maybe all of them. I'll just call out one that's particularly difficult for me to see on this list, and that's Director of Global Languages. It was my privilege to see our Mandarin immersion program at Adobe Bluffs come into being and grow into the successful program it is now. And that was pushed and overseen by that Director of Global Languages. It was a major accomplishment to see that language and the pathways continue through middle school and high school, created and strengthened for both the Mandarin and our Spanish immersion sites. It was a real source of pride, and I think a draw into our district as well to see the foreign languages program introduced at every single elementary school. We are currently preparing our youngest students for an increasingly global world. While I've been assured that our immersion programs and our pathways through to high school will continue, I am doubtful that the district's going to be able to continue our elementary language program without this position. And I know we're making hard choices right now. This feels like an extra, maybe, but I view this as a huge loss. And I think there are a few other positions on this list that will be felt similarly. Just one example.
Thank you. Okay, on that note, I am going to go ahead and move forward to 5.0, the consent, 5.1, the approval of the consent calendar. Does anyone have anything to pull?
Heather pulled one.
Yep, okay, I do have, Ms. Plosky has pulled 5.2B. If there is no one else to pull an item, do I have a motion? I'm sorry?
Sorry, there's one more.
Okay,
5.3D.
5.3D. Any others? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 5.2B and 5.3D?
Motion.
And did you get those? Okay, fantastic. Oh, a motion by Mr. Dockery and a second by, I forget who the second was. Oh, sorry, second by Mr. Chang. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 6-0. We're going to go to 5.2B, approval of classified personnel report number 08-2025. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you. 5.2B is our classified personnel report in which we indicate our new hires, change of assignments, any rehires, and also separations from the district or any amended leave of absences. These are processed on a day-to-day basis each month. Some are ratified after their official date, but we compile this report and prepare that in advance of every board meeting.
Thank you very much. Ms. Plotsky?
I pulled this item because I need to abstain from voting on it.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe,
Second.
a second by Mr. Chang. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Fantastic. So the motion passes with 5 votes in favor and 1 abstention. Now we will go to 5.3D.
And I can jump in and explain this item. This is-
Please do.
Certainly. This is the approval of the transportation plan for the 25-26 school year. This is a requirement that's been in place since the 22-23 school year, and it summarizes the services that we provide in the area of transportation. It explains how we prioritize transportation for students in transitional kindergarten through grade 6, provision of transportation services to pupils with disabilities and also students who are experiencing homelessness, and then how we ensure that low-income students will be provided service at no cost. This is updated every year. Last year, there were some revisions to the plan which adjusted the level of service really commensurate with our ability to staff the program. And so while there were changes made last year, the plan that we're presenting this year for next year, there are no significant changes and no changes to the level of service that we are providing to students. One change that would be within that department, the board just heard discussion of, which is elimination of one assistant director position, but that will not result in any change in our transportation services. I'll apologize to some board members who asked about this in the one-on-ones. I misspoke because I was confusing the first year when we adopted this plan, where it was the current year that we presented the plan. So I did misspeak in those private meetings that this is the plan that summarizes the services that we have this year, which will not change for next year, but this is the plan for next year.
Yeah, just a quick point, just for the purposes of transparency, we're still in a situation where we have a shortage of bus drivers. And so when Mr. Dill talks about the same level of service, to be clear, at this point, we don't have plans to increase transportation services next year. And I think it's reasonable to share that publicly. But to be clear, the reason for the not increasing services next year has nothing to do with cost savings or the budget. It has everything to do with the inability to hire enough bus drivers to increase routes and services. So just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Mr. Chang?
Yeah, so thank you for that. I think a lot of the board members and as well as public members have come and gave feedback about the busing, right, and how it has affected their families. And we all recognize that a lot of families were affected. If you look at the report, you can see that in the last year, 1,100 students were reduced in terms of 1,100 fewer students were transported by bus compared to the year before. That's a large change and affected a lot of families. And we recognize that. And so I did want to give Dr. Churchill a chance to address the plan going forward. And I think previously we had more than, was it 30 bus driver vacancies, and now we have 5, is that correct?
I'm not sure what the current is, but I do know that we did, that the more than 30 was true last year.
Yeah, like Dr. Trudeau said, the district has been unable to fully staff bus drivers. And so that has led to prevention of offering more bus routes. And so we understand it's a difficult decision. It will continue to impact families. But even with the reduced bus routes, we're still having 5 vacancies and unable to fully staff bus drivers at the moment. So I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on this topic? And if not, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll motion.
Motion to approve by Mr. Chang. Do I have a second?
Second?
A second by Mr. Dockery. May I have a vote? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Okay, so now we are going on to 6.1. I have a short message that I want to talk, because now we're going to be talking about our personnel services. And I want to start by acknowledging the weight of this moment. And these are challenging times, and today's conversations are not what we've been enjoying. As an institution, our mission has always been to serve our students and to provide them with the best education possible and to ensure their future success. However, like many organizations, we are confronting an unprecedented budget crisis, one that requires us to make choices that no one ever wants to make. This is not a reflection of the dedication, talent, or value of our employees, far from it. We recognize and deeply appreciate the commitment and passion that each of you bring to work every day. We know this is more than just a policy decision, that it impacts lives, families, and futures. I think we've said that multiple times. We appreciate the very thoughtful emails, as well as all of you who are in attendance today. We want to hear from all of you who have submitted a speaker slip. Because of this desire, if you can shorten your speech as well as present other thoughts that have already been presented, it would be helpful, because we want to make sure that there is considerable time for board discussion, but we really thank you for your dedication and understanding. So on that, we go to 6.1A, approval of resolution 57-2025, entitled Resolution to Decrease the Number of Classified Employees Due to Lack of Work and/or Lack of Funds for the 2025-2026 school year. And Mr. Jimenez. To start with public comments, my apologies. So comments for 6.1A, Ms. Plotsky. Usually he does.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce it first, and then we'll have the public comments come up. Thank you.
Thank you. As presented in our second interim budget presentation earlier in the agenda, due to our educational fund reductions at the state level and the impact of our declining enrollment, unfortunately, the district needs to consider the elimination of certain classified positions. This item is a resolution required under the Education Code in order to take that initial step.
Thank you. And now for our public comments.
Okay. Beth Wells Whitman.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Beth Wells Whitwam, and I've been a student services assistant for the district for 18 years. I represent all the SSAs throughout PUSD who do this job because we have a passion for helping children, and we believe in the unique connection we have with them. Elementary school SSAs work only 15 hours a week. This is what we provide in those 15 hours. I know. Approximately 12 to 18 lessons per classroom throughout the year in every TK through third grade class. These lessons cover listening and focusing skills, feelings awareness, calming down strategies, problem-solving skills, and anti-bullying skills that include cyberbullying. When needed, we meet with smaller groups of students who need more help with these skills. We also spend time on the playground helping multiple children each time to express their feelings in a healthy way and to solve their problems with their peers effectively and calmly. When the PIP grants were cut in 2012, there were no SSAs at any elementary school until 2014.
The district brought the position back when the schools realized they needed the student support and education we had provided. In all my years, and especially after COVID, I see the students needing even more support in their days at school. Each SSA can share many stories of students that they've helped by having their boots on the ground and their ears and hearts wide open. Here are just two of many of those stories. Years ago, a younger student shared with me how they were excited to reunite with a family member. Sadly, a short time later, they shared with me the passing away of that family member due to gang violence. I shared this information with the counselor and continued to be a trusted adult on campus as this student navigated through their grief. Many years later, their parent wrote to let me know they were in high school, participating in band, doing well in their classes. They shared that their child felt supported during that difficult time and remembered me all those years later. One of our other SSAs shared a story of working with a child who had selective mutism. They helped the child from kindergarten through 5th grade by being a friend and trusted adult, building confidence and self-esteem. Years later, the SSA attended a high school musical performance and was filled with joy when she realized the student was singing and dancing in the lead role. As SSAs being around campus, we hear information from students or their friends about self-harm, bullying, abusive interpersonal relationships, suicidal thoughts, physical threats, and harm to others. Since we work collaboratively with teachers, counselors, and principals, we can seamlessly get students the help they need. On a daily basis, we help all the children feel like they belong on campus, and we form a unique bridge between our SEL lessons in the classroom and them actually learning to use these skills outside the classroom. Cutting the student services assistant position would have a minimal economic impact on the budget, but a large impact on student wellness. Thank you for listening.
Norma Cora.
Thank you for having me. It's also very emotional for me because I work in special ed. It's been 15 years that I work as an office assistant in Mount Carmel in special ed. We are family. We do everything for the kids. I urge you to reconsider cutting the office assistant position for special ed in their high school level. This role is not just administrative, it's vital. It's vital for the overworked teachers. And we're a bridge between the family and the school. Eliminating this position would have profound consequences not only on our educators, but also with the students and their families who rely on these essential services. Special education teachers already carry an immense workload. I see it every day. Often juggling lesson planning, IEP implementation, behavioral support, and direct student guidance. The office assistance provides critical administrative support that allows teachers to focus on their primary responsibility, to be with the kids and help them. Educating and supporting students is their job, and we're here to support them. And they will have to do all the clerical tasks and much more. This added burden will lead to burnt out, decreased morale, and just the inability to provide good education. The role of an office assistant goes way beyond filing paperwork. We serve as a crucial point of contact with parents and guardians, many of whom are already navigating the complexities of raising childs with special needs. The communication is essential. With the IEP meetings that many require for translation that we need to coordinate as well, for the parents to understand exactly what's been said. Families may experience delays in receiving important information, leading to frustration, confusion, and just the breakdown of trust between our school district, and the community that it serves. Special Education Department operates under legal guidelines, as you know. An office assistant plays an important and essential role in ensuring that the deadlines are met, forms are completed accurately, and meeting with efficiency all compliances that could jeopardize, if not, the school's ability to provide the legal mandated services. The potential consequences could be in a result of
I'm sorry, we need to move on.
Kelly Ames.
Hello, I'm going to go a little bit off script because I was watching my wonderful coworker Beth, your faces when she was talking to her and sharing some of the opportunities that we've had to help children. So I'm going to just read my first introduction so you know who the heck I am, and finish with a last point, but I will share a story in the middle. So good evening, my name is Kelly Ames. For the last 9 years, I've been the SSA at Midland Elementary School. We've shared with you, you'll all receive, all of the board will receive, our end of the year report for the 2023 school year. And in it, you'll see highlights with numbers in the amount of children that we impact from kindergarten through third grade, as well as throughout the campus of fifth graders. So I thought I'd share a story with you. We're by nature a very positive bunch, and I think the students really feel that energy. But last night we got together and we spent about 3 hours going through stories that we've shared together and tried to decide. And we kept going to those two wonderful positive stories. But we also talked about the many times many of us have faced children with suicidal thoughts. So I'm going to share one of mine. It happened last year. I was called to help in a classroom. Our counselor was out sick. So the teacher asked if I could come and just give the student a break. When we were walking to the student center, which is where I work, the student noticed a large activity that was going on in our library. This was, let me tell you, this was Friday, about 30 minutes before school was out. While we walked by, I said, well, you'll get to see it on Monday. And the student said, no, I won't be here. And immediately, all of those feelings came up, and concerns and fear that I felt for that student. So I walked the student into the student center, and we talked a little longer, and they repeated it, but slightly differently. I can't remember the exact words, but at that moment, I knew I needed to get that student help immediately, that I could not let that student go home with those thoughts. And that it was my responsibility as a member of this amazing team to make sure that they got the help that they needed. Fortunately, I did find out that our psychologist, who's no longer with us, was still on campus, and that person was able to come in. I stayed in the room with them since it was reported, and obviously they felt comfortable.
Unfortunately, you have. But thank you for that story. Yeah, thank you for the story.
Jay Stelson. Yes, Jay.
I was going to speak on 6.1B.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to jump anybody's claim.
Nope. Sorry. Mary Carpenter.
I'm having a little trouble, so I recorded it. My name is Mary Carpenter, and I was previously a contracted employee with PUSD. Prior to working for PUSD, I worked in operations in the financial services industry for 15 years. I left PUSD last summer to begin working at Palomar College. While many might think the gutting of the Department of Education yesterday was the beginning of the attack on public education in the United States, the attack on public education began in fervor 45 years ago with the Reagan administration. Public education is intended to provide equality of access to education for all of the populace of the United States. History has proven that dismantling public education is a first step in the slide into fascism, which the United States now finds itself. An uneducated populace is easier to divide and full of lies, misinformation, and disinformation. An uneducated populace will not have the necessary tools of critical thinking, logic, reasoning, and discernment for navigating life. In 1896, the U.S. Supreme Court Plessy versus Ferguson ruling allowed the discriminatory practices of segregation of student populations. This would not be reversed by the U.S. Supreme Court until the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education Topeka decision that determined segregated schools are inherently unequal. This was supposed to guarantee equal public education to the African American populace of the United States. In 1905, the Supreme Court ruled that California had to extend public education to the children of Chinese immigrants. There is significantly more history regarding various segments of the populace, including segments of the populace with disabilities, and the fight involved in providing equality and equity in public education. We all know that even in 2025, public education in the United States is not equal and equitable for the whole of our populace. But we were far closer to achieving this reality as diversity, equity, and inclusion spurred us to ensure we were teaching all of our history despite the human failings of it. It caused us to evaluate if we were ensuring that the texts and books included in our public education had diverse perspectives, because a single narrow perspective allows for prejudices to become the norm. You may not think this is relevant to the conversation about the proposed layoffs of the classified staff of PUSD, but it is. Our institutions of public education are only as strong as those who choose to serve the populace in capacities such as classified staff, teachers, professors, etc. As a member of classified staff and the mother of a public education teacher, I know that those who serve in these capacities are not here for the money. Classified staff are surely underpaid and undervalued. If all the classified staff in PUSD, from the custodians to bus drivers to buyers to administrative staff, walked off the job for even one day, PUSD would be crippled. Reducing classified staff will have a crippling effect throughout the district. The fact of the matter is that in the financial services industry, we have something related to investments called ROI. ROI is return on investment. Classified staff in PUSD are the heart and soul of this district. Many routinely work hours for which they are not paid. They are not adequately compensated for the work they do every day to begin with. So PUSD has huge ROI for every classified employee that they employ. As a member of the community served by PUSD and in unity with my PSEA brothers and sisters, I disagree with the
Hunter Ames.
Hello, Poway Unified. From K through 12, I was a student at your schools, and although I am no longer a student, I find it very concerning of the proposal to entirely eliminate the Student Services Assistant position. Throughout my grade school journey, it was very apparent of the hard work they put into making sure the students maximize their emotional, social, and societal potential. Besides the loss the students would immediately feel from this elimination, I also come to speak about another risk this elimination may pose: school violence. It is something nobody in this room wants to even consider happening in our schools, but as someone who has seen the SWAT team responding to an emergency at my former school, it's a very real issue. SSAs not only teach curriculum to prevent this from happening in the first place, but directly work with students inside and out of the classroom to identify threats before they, God forbid, may be carried out. When evaluating the most recent complete payroll and budget documents from 2022, I became even more confused for this elimination. In total, the 25 SSAs on your payroll made $272,100 in base pay. $272,000, yeah. Meanwhile, the former superintendent made $352,000 in base pay. In 2022, base pay accounted for 51% of your expenditures. The SSA position accounted for less than 0.1% of that 51%, less than 0.1%. In conclusion, the return of investment the SSAs provide is immense. I'm in no way saying we need to eliminate the superintendent's position. And I also acknowledge that you've made it clear of the need to save $12 million, and I've seen a bunch of different numbers thrown around, so you need to save money over the next 2 years. I just find it very difficult to justify the elimination of a position. I find it difficult to justify the elimination of positions that will directly harm students versus the elimination of one of the many high-earning executive office positions. An analogy that exemplifies this situation is the need to make a vehicle lighter for better fuel efficiency. We don't start with the small stuff like tire lug nuts and seat belts. Rather, we go after the heavier components like the extra directors in the back seat. Thank you for your time, and I really hope you make the right choice and reconsider this measure. And a comment I have that I pulled from your discussion today is the reduction in COVID money, and I'd like to make it known that SSAs existed long before the pandemic happened. Thank you.
Leah Starnes.
You educated him.
Hi, my name is Lee Starnes. I'm a SPED IA at Chaparral. This is my first year working for the district, but I've lived in Poway for 20 years, and I have 4 adult children and stepchildren who are all PUSD alumni. Additionally, my grandson is currently enrolled in PUSD, so I'm here not only as an employee, but as your constituent, voted for you, David, and a grandparent of children who are in the system here, who are in our district. So my 24-year-old also just recently got hired as a SPED IA at Twin Peaks, and when they were hired 2 weeks ago, our understanding, they were told that we didn't expect any layoffs this school year or next, not until the school year after. And we were shocked to find out from our union just on Tuesday that the board would be considering elimination of critical positions today. So this decision appears to run counter to Dr. Churchill's previous comments. To quote Dr. Churchill, said that we need to be thoughtful about the leadership team, organization, and keep an eye on streamlining processes, which I see that we have done, and that we have to do more with less, and that will start at the district office. And I am happy to have the clarifications that were made earlier. But you also stated that while staffing cuts would likely be recommended, that the district would be collaborating with our unions to ensure that services were being maintained. And I don't think 2 days is enough to have done that. And those statements are according to the February 27th article by Julie Gallant in the San Diego Union Tribune. So I'd like to thank you again, Dr. Churchill, for the clarifications on cuts to the 10 management positions that save over $2 million. However, the elimination of 25 certificated positions that include 14 special education teachers, if I was reading that right, as well as the cuts proposed for 71 classified positions, that has a majority of those positions that pay $16 to $20 an hour with people working less than 30 hours a week. And those employees directly provide services to students. These cuts include 13 English language learner tutors whose work cannot be completed by any other staff or volunteers, which potentially results in the elimination of this service at the schools affected? And what will happen to our ELL students with this reduced or eliminated support? Additionally, there's an elimination of 26 student service assistant positions across the board, and these staff are critical in addressing student mental health. They also provide early prevention measures for drug and alcohol abuse. 10 management positions versus 25 certificated positions and 71 frontline classified employees. Are these top-down cuts? These cuts will directly impact students, especially students whose parents may not speak English and students struggling with their mental health. When I moved to Poway 20 years ago, this was one of, if not the best district in the state. And we don't get there again by eliminating staff that support our vulnerable and marginalized students.
Board members and Superintendent Churchill, thank you for letting me speak up here and share my thoughts. My name is Amanda Garcia and I'm in 6th grade at Bernardo Heights Middle School. However, I spent my elementary years back at Highland Ranch Elementary. After we came from COVID, I was in 3rd grade and Miss Lena was our SSA. Miss Lena came to our classrooms to teach us about feelings and emotions and how to control them when they get too big inside of us. She helped us understand what empathy is and why it is so important to have compassion for others. Back in 5th grade, I had a very hard situation with a friend, and Miss Lena was the only one who was able to help me and help both of us figure things out and keep our friendship. Kids in Highland Ranch love Miss Lena, and they are not afraid to show it and talk about it. The school is better with her because she helps everyone who asks for help or needs it. Having Miss Lena at Highland Ranch improves the mental health of kids because some kids are going through tough things at home that sometimes causes stress, anxiety, or even depression, and they come to Miss Lena for comfort. Several kids told me when I was visiting Highland Ranch that they love Miss Lena and the lessons that she gives. Some tell me how her advice on emotion control has really helped them. Some kids told me that they see Miss Lena as more than a teacher, a friend who is always there to give them advice. To conclude, teachers who specialize in social emotional learning make a great impact on kids' lives since it is so vital to start developing these skills at this age. Miss Lena and all of the SSAs influence children's lives in such a positive way. If there were no SSAs, kids in elementary schools would have a harder time controlling their emotions and would get into fights and arguments more often without any sign of knowing how to stop their anger. We should all be glad that we have these SSAs that are willing to have their job as a social emotional teacher, and most of us take it for granted. As the saying goes, you never really know what you have until it's gone. So I want you to think about what I just said for a moment and say to yourself that it is a privilege to have these amazing SSAs at our school. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day.
Dana Yamada? And if I mispronounce that, I'm sorry.
No, you got it right. That's okay. Okay, I'll try to make it quick. Hi, my name is Dana Yamada. I'm a proud member of the Poway Unified School District Committee, not only as a parent of 2 boys currently attending RB, but also as an EL instructional assistant for the past 5 years. I started my career here with PUSD as an ELIA at Poway High School for 2 years and now continue my work at Rancho Bernardo High School, where I've been for nearly 3 years. It is an honor to be able to work with the EL community in PUSD. ELIAs are often described as the glue that keeps the EL program together. The job title and description doesn't even consider most of the duties, official and unofficial, that we perform on a daily basis. As EL instructional assistants, we not only assist with English instruction in the classroom, but also give students the individual attention that they need and cannot get in their other classes. In addition to the ELD support classes, we also are expected to help all the EL students pass their other subjects, often setting aside time during designated ELD class before school and during lunch to help students with assignments from other classes like math, history, and science. We are trained to administer the LPAC test to newcomers as well as to all EL students each spring. We help new immigrants adjust to new school environment and a new language. We give them the language and confidence to talk to their teachers and peers and become an active member of their school community. Most importantly, we work closely with the EL coordinator to make sure that each and every one of our EL students feels seen and heard. We form close relationships not only with our students, but with their families. We help organize and attend multiple ELAC meetings each year, not only to promote the EL program and celebrate language achievements, but also to create a safe gathering space where the EL families to meet so that they know that they are not alone. When they have problems at school, they come to us for help. They turn to us to help them fight their fights. Because of language and cultural barriers, many EL students and families depend on us to be their voice. Without EL instructional assistance, who will advocate for one of the most vulnerable student groups on campus? If ELIA positions are eliminated, you will not only be turning your backs on some of the most dedicated, caring, hardest working employees in the district, you will also be turning your backs on the EL community. I strongly urge you to vote against the proposal to eliminate the EL positions and those of my fellow classified employees. Thank you for your consideration.
Julie Thorpe.
Good evening. My name is Julie. I am an attorney, a special education parent ambassador, and most importantly, mother to an incredible 11-year-old boy who's on the autism spectrum. He's been in a structured support classroom in the Poway district for 7 years, his entire schooling, beginning with preschool. I've volunteered in every classroom and at every school that he has attended. He's had 6 education specialists teach him over these last 7 years, and every single one has been exceptional. It would be impossible to convey what these people have done for my child if I had 3 days to speak, much less share that in 3 minutes. So I'll just say this. Resolution 58, 2025 refers to cutting 14 education specialists. Those are teachers. They are teachers that you're cutting who have gone above and beyond to undertake the effort to get credentials and learn about how children with special needs can thrive. In addition to teaching in the classrooms, education specialists have a caseload of kids for whom they are responsible. The biggest part of that responsibility is the IEP. There are more than 4,800 kids in the district who have IEPs or 504 plans. My son's most recent IEP was 36 pages long. His triennial report was almost 60. His educational specialist had to draft these documents with input from at least 7 other people. Our most recent IEP meeting was almost 3 hours long. And that meeting, that 3 hours, was after all of the time that it took the education specialist to put that report together with all of the input that she had to get. We have triennial meetings, transition meetings, annual review meetings, interim meetings, and progress reports on top of his regular report card. The education specialists do all of this work for the kids on their caseload while simultaneously teaching a classroom full of students. These people are nothing less than heroes. The PUSD website declares that the IEP is the cornerstone of special education. When you cut the people who are not only teaching these special kids, but also shouldering the enormous responsibility of the IEP process and managing these kids' progression through school, you are taking away the very foundation
of special education in this district. I urge you.
Cindy Hicks.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cindy Hicks, and I've been employed in Poway Unified School District since 1987. I have been through 5 superintendents. Welcome, Dr. Churchill. And this is my 3rd deep dive cut. I am not here, as you can tell, being employed since 1987. I'm crawling to the finish line. Not quite ready, but getting there. But I'm here not to advocate for myself, but for the position of emergency planning specialist. I understand where Dr. Churchill is going with thinning the herd. When I started, we had 3 people. I understand that, I get it. But to eliminate this position, which is a highly specialized position, is concerning to me. We have been a model district in San Diego County for our safety, as you have heard of board members at our safety summits by Tim Ware, by County Office of Ed. Our suicide program that we started in student services was the model for the suicide program at the state level that was taken up by a former Poway High School, Mr. Collins, who was a former Poway High School student that started the Yellow Ribbon program there, and the state adopted our forms to be used. So I am imploring you to please reconsider the elimination of this position. I hold certifications from FEMA, FBI, Homeland Security, Dr. Dewey Cornell. I'm a certified national trainer for him for threat assessment, CSTAG, and I think you have to, as we transition it somewhere, please keep this position and hire somebody that has the background and the knowledge to continue to keep Poway on the forefront. So again, I've also had the pleasure of overseeing and coordinating both the SSAs and the SSS, and they are a wonderful group of people. And by the way, I'm not management. So in the words of the resolution in the board, whereas it is my opinion that in the best interest of the district, including the welfare and safety of the district's schools and pupils, I hereby implore you to retain the emergency preparedness position. Thank you.
Linda Mouch.
Good evening, Board. My name is Linda Mouch. A lot has already been said, so I'm going to cut out half of my speech here. Let's see. We are still short of bus drivers, custodians, and IAs. And I'm here to speak against, of course, the elimination of school staff and losing the global language program. Losing instructional assistants, psychologists, you know, what we've been talking about. Many students won't be able to get the help that they needed. Losing global languages makes me really sad because the students are missing out on some rich culture that they would otherwise learn. The United States is the only country in the world that the kids don't come out speaking 2 to 3 languages. They come out speaking 1. Our, Poway Unified is getting there. I was so excited when we were here, when I heard that we were adding global languages because we're catching up to the rest of the world. Let's see. So maybe this might be able to help. A wise teacher today told me about empty classrooms that we have. Maybe we could open these classrooms up to outside schools, students who may want to come into Poway Unified and get a little more ADA from that instead of laying off staff. It's definitely something to be considered about. and also for, the older staff members, and I'm one of them, maybe like something like a golden handshake. Just some things to be considered instead of cutting staff right away. Thank you.
I want to verify the last speaker. Sawyer Fox, were you planning on speaking this evening or just what you turned in? Are you in the room? Okay. Thank you. There's no more speakers. For 6-1A? Hang on just a second. Let me make sure it didn't get sorted in one of the other categories. This is D.
It was the one that you just read.
Oh, Sawyer Fox.
Is it Sawyer Fox? Is that?
My name's Armin Salinas. I'm a 26-year employee, and I am going to be heard.
Oh no, we definitely want you to be heard. We're trying to find.
Oh, it's right here. Did you skip it? You might have skipped
Might have skipped it. Yeah, come on up. I found it. We have it. Thank you. Sorry.
Which one was it? Yeah.
My name's Armin Salinas. I've been an employee of the Poway Unified School District for 26 years. I was a sub-custodian for 8 months. I worked at Poway High School. I worked at Mount Carmel as senior crew chief, 2003, cuts, custodial staff. So my job and the 132.5 custodians that are on staff right now are responsible for cleaning up after over 30,000 students, X amount in number of teachers, X amount in number of athletic events all over the district. And in 2008, you butchered our staff to 45%. I want you to think about that for a second. Can you run a school district with 45% teachers? That'd be criminal. My job affects every person in this room. It took a pandemic for us to get some simple equipment so we didn't have to continue to clean with 1950 technologies. So I want you to think about it before you make any cuts. There is not one classified employee that does not have enough work to do. In fact, we go above and beyond every day. So, I've been married for 30 years. I sometimes put one past my wife and tell her how much I love her. And she'll remind me though, she'll go, love is an action. You guys were saying how much you appreciate us. Well, show us by action by not cutting any classified employees, because we have taken the hit for the last 20 years. So think about that. Thank you very much.
Is that all the speakers for this topic?
Okay, thank you so much. Should we go straight to comments from the board right now? Is there anything else? Okay. I'm going to start on the far side this time. I really appreciate everyone's comments, especially the stories. I'll start with Ms. Kiley.
I appreciate so much everyone coming and hearing your stories and how it's impacted students. And, as someone who's been in the PUSD system for the last 14 years or however long, I can't even put into words how much the PUSD staff has helped me grow as a person, and it goes beyond teachers. It goes to every custodian and every assistant and every member of the office. I have never come across any individual who did not, take part in their job because they had true joy and love for students. And hearing your stories, it's really hard. And I think that the decision that we have to make is really hard too. And I guess that I can't process how much our decision has an impact on real people. I'm 17 years old. It's really hard. So I guess all I can say is I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
These are the most difficult ones for me. Classified employees are the lowest earners in our district. Some of you know that I work as a consumer advocate for a nonprofit. And advocating for the families that can least afford the high utility bills is what I do. Not only do these classified employees are the lowest earners, they also are the employees that can least afford to be laid off. So to everyone that is potentially affected and their families, I am sorry. This is not your fault, and nothing I say will make it any better for you. I have friends on this list, including a very personal friend. But I promised the community that I would make the best decisions for the district, and I swore an oath that I'd do the same. So these cuts are what's necessary in order for the district to be financially viable, so we can continue to serve the children in our district. And that is the best decision that we can make at this time. Like I stated earlier, and I think affirmed by everyone, the district has a lot more work to do the next 3 months to find non-personnel cuts. And my hope and my sincere desire is that they will find enough non-personnel cuts that we will have to make very limited personnel cuts. But at the moment, due to the legal requirements, we have to provide notices now. And I think some of you know that our nearby districts have been doing this every single year. And unfortunately, we're now faced with the same situation. So like I said, I'm sorry, but this is a decision we have to unfortunately make now before we finalize our budget and give out the notices.
The first thing I want to say is I appreciate, first and foremost, everybody here tonight. I listened to every word, took notes, have lots of things to think about. So first off, thank you. And even if you didn't speak, thanks for being here. Also, received a lot of emails over the past couple days, texts, phone calls. But, the emails, I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to all of them. I will get back to all of them. I've read them all. It was too short of a time frame to get back to them all. So know that I've read them all. I'm listening. To David's point and the points earlier with the budget review, this is brutal, right? It really is. I've been on both sides of this. It's brutal. Everything you just said is true. My children have been, I recognize faces here from our school. My children have been touched by, if not every one of these positions that's here. And it's not something I want to do, for sure. I hope you know that. But again, back to getting the district back in a good place where we can land this plane softly, and get back into the black, and be able to, possibly like we've all talked about, bring back certain programs, put more in the facilities, bring back positions like this. Something I learned just yesterday with an email was about how this position did go away, came back, right? I learned that, didn't know that, haven't been around that long. So it's good to know that does happen, that can happen if we get things right. And like David, I promised a lot of people that I would get, when I campaigned, that I would help be a part of this to get things back on track. And so with that, I just want everybody to know that, and I'll move along. Thank you.
So, a lot of you actually know me, because my son is, all three of my kids have been at multiple schools in this district in the 7 years we've been here, because they all have IEPs. So they have definitely been transferred to different schools. I can see two of their bus drivers right now that have transported them all across the district. I was on the CAC as an advocate for all the positions for several years before I decided to take and try to become a board member to fight for you. So this list is extremely hard, and I can tell you that, and I know that they would all admit to it, that this was a hard-fought list. Each and every position was in a battle, like by every single number we fought about. It was not a pleasant conversation in the room. It was back and forth and aggressive in the rooms. I have questions still. I guess I'm going to bring up the because these were brought to us by the cabinet. So I guess I have questions on a couple, and I'd like you to explain to the public where they came from. The instructional assistants ELL, as well as the SSA positions, because those were two positions particularly that we fought over aggressively in the board, and not just me, I mean all of us did. Those were positions that we were told were going away whether we needed budgets or not. They were positions that were no longer necessary. The SSA positions were positions that Second Step was going to be transitioning out. So if someone could speak to that.
I'll take a stab at this. So I'm not sure how you characterize that as entirely accurate. I would agree that there's agreement and disagreement when we're having conversations about cutting positions. Nobody's really fighting to cut any position. There's pain in all of this. But when you're chasing a $10 million number, right, you have to look at all options. And I'll speak specifically to our student services assistants. This is a passionate group of people who provide services on our elementary campuses 15 hours a week. They provide second step lessons, which is our SEL curriculum in the primary grades. And as you heard and can feel, because it's a passion project for many of them, they go above and beyond. We're not just getting a return on our dollar for the second step lessons. There's relationships, there's occasions when they're called upon as members of an assessment and care team kind of idea, right? Like it's all hands on deck and they're present, they know the kids, and many of them have been serving at their schools for decades. So I wouldn't say it's a nice to have position. I would say that the position was created at a time when we didn't have counseling support at our elementary schools at the levels that we presently do. I would say that we have more counseling support at our elementary schools today than we ever have before. I think it's accurate that Second Step is a curriculum we've used for the better part of 2 decades. We've been piloting other SEL curriculum, and I would also say even with Second Step, right, that a lot of those lessons where other districts use similar materials are taught by teachers, they're taught by school counselors, right? They're not necessarily required to be taught by a person in the position of a student support or a student services assistant. So those are the kind of the talking points that we worked through. Whether the positions are essential or not is not a debate I want to have here and now. None of these positions are easy to cut. The question is, how are we going to get to 10 million? And this is a position based on the increased counseling levels of support that we have presently and the antiquated, we'll say, curriculum, right, that's likely to soon be replaced. I think those 2 things factor into this. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, and I do want to say, you did not say that they were not needed. It was the fact that the curriculum was going away and that they were being phased out was how it was expressed. So.
I'm not sure how to start this one, but I know that when I think about this, I get very emotional, like many of you did. And the way that I can stay in the moment is to get a little bit clinical about it. And in an organization that is defined by service to students, our budget is 85 to 90% people. So when we need to make cuts, we can't avoid cutting people. The other 10 to 15%, there's hopefully some space there, but it's for things like keeping the lights on and facilities maintenance. We got to put gas in our buses and, electric charge the ones that we can. We have to have internet access and phones. So some of that it takes away the wiggle room in that other 10 to 15%. And I want to say again, this isn't about right sizing. That's a phrase that might make some people feel better about this. But again, I keep coming back to these cuts are hard. This isn't the right size. The right size would be even more people to support our students than we have now. What we're doing here, I think, is the best we can with not enough money. I want to note, too, that after today, there's still more to talk about. There are spaces where we might get a little more savings. A 1% increase in student attendance, for instance, means an extra $1.5 million. Get your kids to school. We could keep all those SSAs. We can keep almost every single position on this. 1% more. One more student in every classroom. 2.8 million. Nobody likes to talk about that, but it's a lot of money. And we can save positions if we're willing to do that. Dr. Churchill and his team are going to be looking for those non-personnel reductions and maybe even a little extra revenue, new revenue. It's possible that not all these reductions listed tonight are going to necessarily come true in June. And I know that's not a lot of consolation to the people in this room and the people that you represent who are on the list. There's no low-hanging fruit. None of that is left. We have nothing. I do think that Ms. Plotsky kind of hit on just one of these categories, and I think, for me, I think we owe it to every category on this list to talk about the why. Why do we feel like we can do this? How are we redistributing those? How does that shake out in the reorg? How are we redistributing the work that the people that we're talking about losing? How do we do that? I mean, I literally have a question about every single category here. And again, I want to extend, I don't think I said this again, so it's not again. I want to extend trust to the experts over here who created this plan for us to consider and worked through it with us. that it's a plan that can work and will work for our students. But I also need a little more to go on than I trust these guys. And I want the public to know that we got a little bit more than that. And I think, for me, I'd like them to hear what we heard. Not just on one category, maybe on all of them. And if it's not tonight, it needs to be really soon, because we're voting tonight. And I think we need people to understand what we heard that makes this super, super painful decision something where we can conceivably vote yes. Because after hearing all of this, people are going to wonder, how do you vote yes? You are horrible humans. And that's not, I'd like to think I'm not a horrible human, but I think the explanation helps.
Actually, Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe kind of brought me to some of my questions. Obviously, we're not in the revenue business. We don't make a product and try to sell things and make money. That's just not what we are. I would like a couple of clarifications on some of them, just because I do think they're important. As far as the emergency planning and preparedness coordinator, the most important thing is for our kids and our employees to be safe. You alluded to it with the district reorg. If you could talk about that a little bit more, because I do think safety is very important, and I want to make sure people understand that we are not taking away a position that's going to put anyone at risk.
Happy to start. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add, but so, as I touched on earlier in the evening, by shifting the roles and responsibilities of one of the current LSS executive directors to oversee safety and some other things, right? I think we're elevating the importance of school safety. I commend Mrs. Hicks for the work that she's done. She's outstanding. Thank you. The intention is absolutely to put student safety first and foremost, to make that a priority. I do not think that what we're putting together will have a negative impact on student safety. We certainly, I think, can spend some time fleshing it out, and to Ms. O'Connor-Radcliffe's point, provide some additional detail moving forward that might help the board to have and community have a better sense. But yes, safety, absolutely important, and we won't walk back from that.
And, I wanted to reiterate, we are legally tied to having to give notices, and that's why it's coming to this. I believe we're still a little bit premature in what's going to actually happen come June. Not that I want to put hope and love in front of everything, but I do want to say that this gives us the ability, but we sure don't have the desire. I know that we've had some discussions with some of the positions where they're able to give us some other ideas that weren't thought of before in order to save money or increase revenue. And if there's ways that we can do things like that, I think all of us would love to be able to save as many positions as possible. I mean, you guys, the anecdotes that you guys told, I mean, you guys directly affect kids and child success. Some of these decisions were from principals to see what they can do to make sure that kids are safe. And like I said, I think there's still a lot of things to do, but we have to have those notices go out so that we do have options. And they're all ugly options. And, and when we look at, the young man who spoke about, the dollar value of everyone's income versus, one higher income, that speaks a lot. And the fact that we didn't have SSAs and then we saw a need and we had to bring them back in 2014, that says a lot. So it's the type of thing that, one of my fears, if we cut too much and then we find out, oh dear, we cut too much, how do we find you all to come back again and say, oh my gosh, we made a mistake, please help us. Like I said, this is hard, and unfortunately we have this March 15th deadline. And hopefully there'll be some other options that I know that I personally am hoping for. And on that, are there any other comments? Okay, please, Heather.
So I would also like the public to be explained the instructional assistant ELL positions. I had a lot of, I know a lot of emails regarding that, and it wasn't just the instructional assistants themselves. It was a lot of teachers and a lot of actually higher ups in the school that were writing to me regarding those positions. So I was confused by that because that's not the way it was explained to us as a board when we discussed that. So teachers were telling me that they don't know how they are going to do their class without these positions. So it wasn't these people saying, I need my job and my job is valuable. It was certified people saying, I don't know how I'm going to do my job, or I don't think I can teach my class. And it was APs and other people saying the same thing. So that is not how it was explained. So if one of you can explain that.
I'm not exactly sure I understand your comment about regarding how it was explained, except to say that, yes, we do recognize a need and are committed to meeting the needs of our students who have needs, such as our multilingual learners, and their needs are different than students who don't have sometimes a language barrier, and we do need to address that. And as we look at our English learner data, we are concerned with our student progress and our English learner data. And so we begin to ask ourselves questions about the system and the delivery model of how are we providing service to our English learners, recognizing that particularly at the secondary level, we're responsible for ensuring support and instruction specific to the needs of a multilingual learner across every content area, not in one classroom, not in an ELD classroom, but in across all content areas. And so really trying to look at, so how do we provide support and a system that addresses that? I would like to invite Director Mercedes Hubschmidt, I think she's out there, I don't see her, to come up. She's done a lot of work with our two district EL coordinators to be thoughtful and intentional about how we design and look at a model that can really be infused system-wide.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Peterson. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak to this. So one of the many things that we have to be mindful of too is the landscape has definitely changed around our secondary. For example, back in 2020, a recent Assembly Bill 2735 required that children were no longer, before they were allowed to basically be sheltered in the classroom, it was like, we can't do that anymore. And so the last few years, what that requires is for children to actually be integrated with parity in classes with their peers. So there's a couple of different things. One is we have to provide a designated, the kids have to be as English learners in a designated period throughout the school year as long as they're English learners. But we're also required to provide integrated ELD, and that means that's across all the content areas. And so when we started looking at models about how do we make sure that we are supporting our teachers and building their capacity to be able to provide that rich integrated ELD for our children, we really had to start looking about who and how are we going to be able to provide the time and the space to build that capacity. We are highly cognizant that all the different levels are going to have the different areas of need. But what we find specifically too at the secondary level is kind of the urgency, because we also see, if we look at our LTEL data, for example, that our children under English language arts are reporting in the red on the dashboard. And we also recognize that the LTELs, because, and I know, Mr. Daughter, you're a very big fan of LCAP, but you'll see as well that when we talk about LTELs, that's a requirement that we have to call out this year with the LCAP. There's a heightened need and a heightened focus on ensuring that our children are getting their needs met. So by providing
LTELs, could you explain?
I
LTEL?
apologize. LTELs are English learners who are considered long-term English learners, which means that they have been an English learner for 6 years plus. And what happens if you think about this in our district, right? We have about, I think it's close to 20% of our English learners are LTEL. So these are kids who have been with us since they started when they were teeny tiny till now. And so there's really an urgency, because once they get to a certain point, it's really difficult for our children to reclassify. So what we want to be able to provide is kind of just-in-time support that is very similar to our inclusive practice model, as far as providing our support to our teachers, whether it be co-teaching, providing additional scaffolds, so that they can be able to provide the support to our children. Know that we have, definitely researched a lot of different models and looked at what ways can we, and I go back to Dr. Churchill and the model around MTSS, how are we ensuring that our children are getting quality Tier 1 instruction across all content areas and throughout the school day, and not just in their designated ELD as far as language acquisition. I also really quickly want to point out that on our last federal program monitoring review, we did have a challenge around the designated ELD portion. So that is something that we are aware of.
Did that help answer your question, Heather?
No, actually, it's the opposite of what my question is. If we're having such low results and we need more support, we're getting rid of how many ELO?
So of the approximately 40 positions, there were 13 of them. Of the 13, 4 are currently vacant. One of the challenges that we've had is also just the high rate of transiency within the position, and that becomes something that can be challenging at the level. But again, when we're talking about student achievement and we're talking about data and trying to ensure that our children are doing well, it's also, again, trying to build the capacity of our teachers to support.
Okay. And these are all high school level?
These are secondary level.
Okay, so they middle school and high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Is there any other questions for Mercedes? I do appreciate you clarifying how intentional and looking at data and having a plan. These weren't just picked willy-nilly by any means,
No,
so
and I will
very intentional.
Thank you. And I will also share that we have been piloting this program at one of our sites to great success and outcome data that I'm happy to share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more comments or possibly a motion?
President Kuvrat, if before taking a motion for a vote, I'd like to address just a couple of edits to the resolution and also address some key points in terms of.
That would be great. Thank you.
And staff too, is what has been echoed throughout the evening, is these kinds of resolutions and the ones that follow on the board agenda do not occur often, and they're always difficult to bring forward to a Board of Education. We're in a people business, and most of our employees do have an impact on our children, so this is hard. The reason why this comes so early, as mentioned earlier in the month of March, is due to statutory requirements under the Education Code and the requirement to make this approval and provide notifications prior to March 15th, unfortunately. It is possible, potentially, that some of these layoff notices could be rescinded if resignations or retirements come in before the end of the school year. And that occurs in a system our size with attrition. So as we go through this process over time, that is always possible as well. However, as the initial step under the statutory requirements, we need to bring this forward to you this evening for initial approval so that it triggers the process that we're required to engage in under the Education Code. With that, I'd like to note a couple of amended edits in Section 2 of the resolution for the classification that is listed as the Emergency Planning Preparedness Coordinator. Will be amended within the box titled FTE per position and total FTE box from 1.0 to 0.9860. And the corresponding work year for the Emergency Planning Preparedness Coordinator will be amended to 11 months. Additionally, within Section 2 of the resolution for the Instructional Assistant ELL positions, the various line items for all Instructional Assistant ELL positions identified in the resolution, the work year will be edited to reflect 9.5 months instead of 10 months. The board is asked to consider and approve the resolution 57-2025 with the amended edits that I've called out for final approval, but also if there are any other additional comments or questions, we're happy to take those.
Thank you. So now we're back if there is a motion or comments or questions.
I had sort of one last comment, and then I'll make the motion to approve the resolution. Again, repeating everybody here, we don't take this lightly. I don't take this lightly. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. And with that, I'd also, to everybody here, as well as parents and really the PUSD community, stay engaged, attend if we have more workshops. I'm always, you have my email, ideas, ways to save money, ways to change operations. I think everybody here is open to that method of continuous improvement and talk to your principals, figure we can do this. And I know we're going to be a stronger district at the end of this. And I think we've done, I actually had some plans, some scratch work that I did to go even more aggressively. And I think after a month or so of the workshops and looking at it and talking and learning, I think this is the right number that's going to get us there. So my message is, stay engaged, come to the workshops, talk to the principal, talk to your supervisor, find ways, let's get this back on track, let's find efficiencies, and so this is the last that we're doing this. That's what I want to do, have this be the last time we do this in my career here. So with that, I move to approve the resolution.
On a motion by Mr. Dockery, do I have a second? I'll go ahead and second it, and I'll just say, with Mr. Dill being new, you find a pot of money somewhere, please. Yeah.
I'll be in Sacramento next week. I'll look around.
Very good. That is a good place to look for money. Again, this is due to that date, okay? We're still digging, so that's my second. Any other comments or questions?
Respectfully, Mr. Doherty, I don't think this makes us stronger. I think every time we lose a person, it makes us weaker. It makes things harder. And it requires rebuilding, and it's hard work. And hopefully we'll be strong again. But it doesn't make us stronger right away. It makes us worse off. And we have a lot of work to do should all of these layoffs become necessary in June. It is my extreme hope that they do not. I understand the need. I think I've tried to explain it again. When I try to get away from my emotions, I fall back on the clinical. I've tried to explain where we are. It doesn't always make it easier. Maybe it never makes it easier. I think that's all. I gotta stop.
That just made me think of one thing too, is we always want to give the maximum to our kids. and you look at Rhode Island, which I think gives like $30,000 in ADA to their kids, when we're down to, right now at 17, but we only get about 10 from the state. So you look at what other areas are able to give to their kids, it would be a pleasure to be able to give the maximum. So I'm sorry, I saw that you had it.
Just to, thank you for helping me clarify if I said that wrong, or I want to make sure, yeah, doing this doesn't make us stronger, I promise you. Getting through, rising from the ashes eventually, that we will be stronger. I take your point, and I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
That is such a hard way to put that.
Okay, all those voting aye. If you just raise your hand, that would be fantastic. It does pass 6-0. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and then we will be back for 6.1B. Okay, we are back in session, and the time is 9:19. We are now up to 6.1B, the approval of Resolution 58-2025, entitled Resolution to Eliminate and/or Reduce the Number of Certificated Employees Due to Reduction in Particular Kinds of Service. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Couvret. 6.1B is a resolution for the elimination of positions on the certificated side. It includes management level positions as well as certificated special education teachers, a counselor, school psychologist, so forth. The education code is similar to the last resolution in that it governs that notifications approval and notifications must be done by March 15th in any school year for this to take effect in the following school year. Once again, these types of resolutions are difficult. It's our hope that some of the layoff notices can be rescinded through attrition and resignations and retirements before the end of the school year. But due to statutory requirements, it would require that the board consider it this evening and take a motion to approve or not approve.
Thank you. Clerk Plotski, do we have some?
Yes, we do.
speakers?
We have
Thank you.
two. Bianca Beckgren. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to comment the potential cut of 14 education specialists in our district. Every child deserves the chance to learn, to grow, and to succeed, but not every child learns the same way. Some need extra time to process information, others need behavioral support, and many require specialized instruction tailored to their unique strengths and challenges. And that's where we come in, the education specialists, also known as your special education teachers. We are the ones ensuring that students with disabilities get the support they need, not just to get by, but to truly thrive. If we remove 14 education specialists who at a bare minimum serve 18 students on their caseloads, we are potentially impacting a bare minimum of 252 children. Education specialists are not extras. We are not luxuries. We are the bridge between students and their success. We are the ones ensuring that children with learning disabilities receive the support they are legally entitled to, and more importantly, deserve as human beings. But cutting these positions don't just affect a handful of students, it disrupts entire classrooms, overburdens teachers, and ultimately weakens our entire educational system. When you cut education specialists, here's what happens. Students who need individualized instruction lose the support that allows them to thrive. General ed teachers, already stretched thin, are forced to carry the weight of specialized instruction they were never trained to provide. Entire classrooms suffer as teachers struggle to balance diverse needs without enough resources or trained staff. Our efforts for more inclusive practices will fail. So this isn't just about special ed students, it's about every student. When we cut these positions, we are setting up both students and teachers for failure. We're increasing burnout, decreasing learning outcomes, and ultimately failing our responsibility to provide every child with a fair and equitable education. The reality is an investment in education specialists is an investment in student success. It's an investment in a future where all learners, regardless of ability, have the tools and support they need to reach their full potential. We cannot let budget cuts determine the worth of a child's education. We cannot allow short-term savings to cause long-term damage. So I'm asking everyone here, parents, teachers, administrators, board members, decision makers, who will be there for our most vulnerable students if we're not? Who will ensure that no child is left behind? Because when we remove education specialists from the equation, we aren't just cutting positions, we are cutting opportunities, cutting futures, and cutting the very foundation of what education stands for, and the very integrity of our schools. So we must fight for these positions, because when we fight for education specialists, we fight for every student and every teacher. Thank you.
Jay Steiger.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, and members of the public. My name is Jay Steiger. I'm a teacher at Meadowbrook Middle School. I am also a parent, and I am the chairperson of the School Bond Oversight Committee for La Mesa Spring Valley School District, and I'll note why I included that part in just a moment. Firstly, I do want to thank the board for opening some channels for conversations and suggestions about budget concerns. Secondly, I do understand that district budgeting is challenging. I served on the La Mesa Spring Valley Budget Committee as a parent rep during the Great Recession, and it's some tough times. I speak to you tonight on behalf of my colleagues in special education, counseling, and other impacted departments, and I do want to also note, even though you voted on it, for instructional assistants and other staff that are facing layoffs. I co-teach 3 sections of language arts, so the work of our SPED teachers, the work that our SPED teachers do is very impactful to the students in my world. We're trying to do everything we can to assist these students to grow and learn with all other students, and the contributions of special education teachers are immeasurable. Our instructional assistants also do hard work to support our students. They don't make a lot of money, but they contribute so much to a well-functioning school that uplifts all students. Counseling and other mental health services are absolutely essential in the modern school environment. We've all read the data, and we know that students are reporting many more issues of anxiety, depression, and mental concerns. These not only place our students at risk, they impact learning, and they absolutely impact finance through increased absence. We need all our counselors. Please do everything you can to review all costs and your reserves to support the people who work directly with our students at our schools. Rescind the layoffs, all of them that you can, please. Finally, referencing back to school bonds, I know firsthand how essential these bonds are to our facilities. I also know that the public support for them is essential to pass them during an election. The Poway District needs a bond. We have a strong district. Please do everything possible to stop layoffs and maintain our reputation and the public confidence in our schools. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else to be said at this moment from you? Okay.
No.
Which side do I start off with now? Who would like to speak first? All right, Michelle, you're up. If you have something to say.
I think I've said most of the foundational things that I intended to say already, but I think, again, I would like there to be a little more shared about each of these positions. And for instance, school psychologists. How many did we have pre-COVID? How many will we have after this reduction? Same question for counselors. I have a question for every single position, but let's start with those 2.
So we had 35 school psychologists pre-pandemic serving approximately 5% more students than we have presently, right? Because our enrollment was higher. At the peak of the one-time dollars and our investment in building out assessment and care teams, we went from 35 school psychologists to 55. So a massive increase. Last year, we reduced by 5, and we did that through some systems work without really increasing caseloads or changing the service delivery model at the school sites. We found a new way to support the educationally related mental health services model. Okay, so and in that model, we also realized some savings. Ironically, we outsourced less. We built a team that inside could provide services that previously were outsourcing. This round, we're talking about 2 additional school psychs. So we'll go from a low of what was the norm, 35, to a high of 55. After this year, it'll be 48. Still well above where we were, and supporting these positions now through the general fund. As I've worked with staff, I'm not going to say that these positions aren't important, but what I will say is this reduction isn't going to break what we have. That's the general feeling. Like, it's going to hurt. We're going to feel it. The job, to your point earlier, it gets a little harder. But I think there's a way forward with this reduction. And again, when you're chasing a number like 2 million, you got to cut somewhere. So that's what I have for you on school psychs. Does that help?
It does. So from 35 pre-COVID to still, even after a cut, 48. So we're still, quite a bit higher. How about counselors? Do you have those numbers?
So I don't have those off the top of my head quite as quite as clean, but what I would tell you is we increased counseling during the pandemic at the elementary, middle, and high school. What I will tell you is we encumbered, I want to say, $12 million over a 3-year period to fund those extra positions. We have a full-time counselor at every elementary school. Very few districts can say that. We have 4- and 5-day counselors, regardless of the size of the school, at our elementaries, at our middle schools. We have teams of counselors that are 1 and 2 higher than they were pre-pandemic. And at the high schools, we saw significant increases. We have a high school that went from 4 counselors to 7, as an example, right? So significant increases. We reduced the counselor to student ratios. We also, as you know, added social workers. We did the whole, what Dr. Churchill was referring to earlier. We used that MTSS model in the kind of the assessment and care team formation to ensure that we had tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 level supports for all students.
So I'll just clarify, I already knew the answer to this. I think it's important, though, to share the reasoning and what it means, how much we're talking about. So I think it is important to note how much we increased our counseling capacity at every site, and that, we don't want to cut any, but the 3 that are listed here, it still leaves us much higher than we ever were.
Yeah. This is the first cut to counseling. So where last year we cut 5 school psychologists, we didn't cut any counselors, right? So this is the first time in the second phase of budget cuts, right, where we're forced to explore this option. It's not, again, a pleasant option. It's not where we want to be, but there is. I would be remiss if I didn't say there's a key position that we created that I think improves our service delivery model that might be more efficient than the model we had previously been building out. And specifically what I would share is we hired a counselor to support our youth in transition, a full-time counselor. So as that group of students, youth in transition, swelled from 150 to today, what we're anticipating will be by the end of the year, 380 plus, we created a position to ensure that, right, we had somebody dedicated to checking in and meeting their needs. We didn't leave that to hope. So there's an example, right, in just the last few years of a position we created that might help us to be more efficient. To Dr. Churchill's point, like a leaner mindset and still not compromise the service delivery.
Thank you for that, and I will defer questions until after everybody's had a chance.
So you said that counselors, I just wanted to clarify it, especially for elementary, that they're there 5 days a week? Because I thought when we were doing the walks, I thought there were 4.
It's 4 to 5 days depending upon ADA, depending upon the enrollment. So the larger schools have a 5-day counselor. The schools, I'll say less than 600, probably have a 4-day-a-week
Okay,
counselor.
that's what I thought, that some of them were paying for foundation money to get them, and some of them were sharing. Okay, because my concern with, do we know where these 3 counselors, which level they're coming from?
I think the group of counselors we're targeting here are at the high school.
Okay, because my concern was we were cutting school psychologists or counselors at the elementary level, since we're cutting all of the SSAs, and with after hearing all of the stories about suicide doc at our elementary level, that scares the hell out of me. So I just want to make sure that it's not what we're looking at.
I'll be very brief. Speaking earlier, same feelings here. None of this is easy, and it's tough. And I want to make a point that someone made earlier. Just piggyback on it. I forget who it was, but the thought that's gone into all these items, and listening to Mr. Mizell. Again, go through those things. He's done that with us in closed session and privately, and just the group, and I'm sure in workshops with whoever you all needed to, you've come to these operational challenges and solve them, I think, most likely the best you could. So I want to recognize that across the board. I'm not an education specialist. I know enough to be dangerous, but you all have been in this, doing this for a long time, and I just I appreciate the thoughtfulness and trying to get at the root of the problem here. So other than that, that's all I have right now.
I won't repeat the stuff I said earlier, but with regards to teachers, I do want to add a piece. I actually campaigned on paying teachers more. A lot of you probably know that. And not because the teachers endorsed me, because they didn't endorse me. And but that's okay. And I campaigned on that because as my kids went through school, we got to know the teachers, and a lot of them couldn't afford to live in our neighborhood. And I felt like the time that they need to spend commuting was wasted time for their family, as well as wasted time that they could be doing other stuff that might benefit our children. And so, here we are cutting teachers. And so, I do want to say that I meant what I said in the budget workshop. I think Michelle said this as well. We were discussing different options for the cuts, and a few of us expressed the desire to do a deeper cut initially and then be able to grow later. There were also discussions about so we can do pay raises and whatnot. And what I said was it's very demoralizing for someone to be in an organization that's constantly going through cost cutting, and it hurts morale, it hurts productivity. And so I didn't want us to be continually in cost-cutting mode in multiple years. And so a deeper cut allows us to actually get back to growing, and paying the teachers more and increasing the salary. And so I just want to, for those that missed the budget workshop, I want to bring that up because that's part of the thinking behind a deeper initial first year cut. I really want the teachers to be able to stay with us long term, to grow with us, and make this their home for long term. So thank you.
I guess I just have a question, and I think I asked this before, but it was about how it was the increasing of the special education class size that led to the reduction of, I think, 14 positions for the special education teachers. And I mean, at least in my mind, I would think that those are the classrooms that you would want, the caseload to be the smallest. They require the most one-on-one time. So I just want to hear, I'm questioning the rationale behind increasing the class size that much. I think it's like 18 to 23. I'm curious.
So thank you for the question. So pre-pandemic, our caseloads were at 23 to 1. TK, well, we didn't have TK then, but we'll call it TK through 12, right, and above. Ed Code allows us to build caseloads 28 to 1. But in Poway, we've always kind of left room for new students to qualify, for new students to move into the district, right? So that there's seats and in and out traffic. So we've always been at 23. During the pandemic, with one-time dollars, we reduced those caseloads from 23 to 1 to 20 to 1, right? So that created extra positions. And those positions were funded, as I said, with one-time dollars. Two things have happened since then. The one-time dollars dried up, and for the first time in Poway Unified in my tenure, we're seeing declining enrollment. So one-time dollars dry up and fewer students. And that's the perfect storm that results in now this adjustment that you're seeing. The caseloads that we're proposing with these cuts will be back to pre-pandemic levels, which will be 23 to 1, TK through 12. So it's not an increase. I mean, it is and it isn't. Does that make sense? Like, it's kind of a return to where we were now that the one-time dollars have dried up. And what I would say is it's effort to hold the line at 23 to 1 with, like I said, the declining enrollment. So that's where we sit.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear that.
I do have to say, as we ask these reasons why, there's a lot of clarity. It's not great news, but at least it's somewhat defensible or understood or whatever. So, I think it's really important to communicate, early and often, I think is what they often say, because I think that would help people even if they don't like what we have to say or what we have to do, at least if they have a better understanding. It just makes it more understood, I guess, is my profound way of saying it. Anyway, on that note, is there a motion or more comments? Okay, why don't you? Okay, perfect.
So, Mr. Mizell, when you said it's going to go back to 23 to 21 for special ed, so we're cutting, correct, two preschool ed specialists, and I get that because preschool has declined in enrollment and going to continue to decline next year. But the 12 or 12 and a half employees of mild to moderate, those students mostly are in gen ed classes, correct?
So we moved from 20 to 1 back to 23 to 1 last year
Okay.
at the elementary level.
Okay.
That happened last spring. This is kind of phase 2. What we're proposing now is at the secondary level, just like we did this year, right? To snap back from 20 to 1 to 23 to 1. So that's where these positions are at the secondary level. As we return to pre-pandemic levels, to that 23 to 1 caseload number. Again, Ed Code allows up to 28, so we're not being super aggressive here. It's an adjustment, and there's context for why, right? These positions are secondary.
Okay, but secondary, if they're mild to moderate, wouldn't they be in regular gen ed classes if they're inclusion, or are they in some kind, if they're mild to moderate?
Mild to moderate, credentials support students in the resource, RSP. They might support students in special day classes, but primarily RSP.
Okay, thank you.
And pre-K numbers continue to decrease, so that declining enrollment is real.
Yeah, I understood the pre-K. I just didn't understand the mild to moderate, because I didn't think we had mild to moderate classes, special day classes.
Correct.
As far as
We
I
have
knew.
some, but-
We have moderate to severe, but I didn't
Correct.
think we had them.
We have both.
I just wanted to draw attention to one more here. The Director of Equity and Improvement. I did receive emails about this position, so I think it is a good idea to talk about the why there and how we continue the work, how we make sure that work is ongoing. So let me share how I understand it, and then I can turn it over if I've forgotten something. I want to note that this work has been incredibly important since this position was created several years ago. Prior to this position, though, the work was with the Associate Superintendent of LSS, and I think one of the LSS directors as well. So I know that after many years of a collaborative process and capacity building, really, with the parent community, our schools, our district departments, the work has been staged to be continued by all of those groups, overseen again by LSS. And I would note then that it is certainly all of our jobs, including those watching from home, maybe listening, to hold the district accountable for continuing the work, even if a specific position is no longer going to exist. Did I leave anything out? Because I think that explanation is important so that this is not just something on the list.
I agree with everything you said, and you've characterized it quite nicely. And that is something that our current Equity and Improvement Director, Monique, she has spent the last almost 2 years now really working very, very hard to send the message and prepare the system that it is everyone's responsibility to ensure equity and inclusion throughout our entire district so that it is part of our culture and through every department, as you said. There's a role for that within PSS. There's a role for that within BSS. And in fact, through our work with the Equity Advisory Committee, this year, we've created, I think it's a 5-year plan this year with very specific goals with each department to ensure that the work doesn't go away and incorporates the work at our school sites and the care for our students and how we continue to bring messages and programs that are very equity-minded for all students.
Thank you very much for filling in that extra bit, too. I appreciate it.
Do I have a motion?
I will make a reluctant motion to approve.
Motion by Connor Radcliffe. Do I have a second? And a second by Mr. Chang. All those in favor? 6-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 6-1C. You do have a speaker? Okay, so first off, the approval of resolution number 59-2025 entitled Criteria for Determining Order of Seniority for Those Employees with the Same Date of First Paid Service. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Couvret. With the reduction of the particular kinds of services in the previous resolution that was just approved for next school year, we are required to determine district needs should it become necessary to properly determine the order of seniority for certificated employees who first rendered paid service to the district on the very same day. This resolution 59-2025 establishes a tie-breaking criteria to be used to determine the final order of seniority for certificated employees who may have the same seniority date.
Thank you. Clerk Plotsky, do we have a speaker?
We do.
Fantastic.
We do. Frank Shu? Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments on this one? And if we don't, do I have a motion?
A motion to approve.
A motion by O'Connor Radcliffe. Do I have a second? A second by Mr. Chang. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 6-0. Next up is 6-1D, approval of resolution 60-2025 entitled Resolution to Eliminate and/or Reduce the Number of Certificated Employees in the Preschool Program. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Couvret.
Okay, thank you.
In response to our declining enrollment in our preschool program, unfortunately, the district has a need to prepare for the elimination of certain certificated positions by the end of the school year. Resolution number 602025 identifies 3 positions within our preschool program due to a reduction of particular kinds of services that are provided by these 3 certificated teachers. This is a separate resolution because Education Code 8303 specifically governs the requirements for the elimination of a preschool certificated position. So therefore, staff has prepared this separate resolution, 602025, and in accordance with this specific education code, affected preschool teachers will be provided written notification per the statutory timelines.
Thank you. And I understand we have a speaker.
Yes. Chris Baker?
Hey, good evening, everyone. It's my first time ever speaking at one of these. Relatively a new father here, so my son is special needs, and he is currently using these services. And what I can say is that what I can speak to are results. From when he first started going to school, he was maybe 3 words. Motor skills were pretty poor. After he's been going to school, I've just seen drastic improvements. He can tell me his wants and needs. I mean, we're getting simple victories of like, oh, he can use a fork and eat a pancake, right? And I can't speak highly enough of his teacher, his aides, everybody. And they've just laid down a solid foundation just on how to go to school, like what you're supposed to do and everything else. You know, and I can't speak too much, but I can tell you that I have built a few houses, and building the right foundation's very important. If we lay down that proper foundation, you can build a good house. But if we start weakening that, I mean, what kind of house are we going to build? So I just want to just throw that out there. Thank you.
Is there any others?
No, there's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your words, too. You know, we are definitely made up of the people's what make us so great, and our teachers and such are amazing. Any questions that we have out there for this one? Mr. Chang?
Yeah, I have a question about the preschool program. And so I know that, Mr. Jimenez spoke about the declining enrollment. We also had the IAs on the previous list. So what is our anticipated preschool enrollment for the coming year? And as I understood it, even in the current year, we're losing money from the preschool program. And so can you talk a little bit about that? Is this a program that is going to continue to lose money for the district? And what are our plans for the program?
So the component of the preschool program that was losing money, that was specifically our Pearl Center. And so that's at Morning Creek Elementary, where we have infants all the way up to our preschool program. We have that. And when you have an infant center, the ratio is 1 adult to 4 infants. And so it's very, very costly to operate. And typically when you have an infant program, the enrollment at the other ages tends to subsidize the high cost of operating that program. So that's the part of the program we phased out. We are phasing out for the upcoming school year, grandfathering existing students who are, or children who are part of that. And then our preschool enrollment is a little bit like TK or kinder. It's an unknown as each school year begins, because it's a 4-fee program. So we will offer as many spaces as we can, and we have been able to accommodate all families who are interested in our preschool program throughout various sites in the district. But I don't have a number for you, a projection.
But for the part of the program that we're continuing, we don't expect that part of the program to be losing money. Is that
That's correct?
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Can I clarify that this cut of 2.28 preschool teachers is not going to affect our preschool programs for students with IEPs?
That is correct. It will not.
Thank you. And I would say to Mr. Baker, my child started here in a preschool program for students with disabilities, and he's in high school now. You got a great journey coming.
Okay.
Yeah, just quickly, likewise, Mr. Baker, couldn't agree with you more. My kids went to preschool in this district. That's where we started, and I can't say more for those folks. And just a class program here at Poway, and this, like everything else, is tough. But you're right on, and it's a great program here at Poway.
Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. O'Connor-Ratcliffe, second by Tim Doherty. And may I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
6. One more in 6.1E, approval of a new classification of school office manager, elementary bilingual and salary allocation. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Corrett. In response to the classification review cycle, an appeal was submitted by an incumbent in one of our school office manager positions at an elementary school. The appeal focused on the depth and breadth of the use of bilingual skills in this position. As part of the review, a desk audit was conducted, and it was noted that the incumbent prepares all their community messages and flyers in English and in Spanish, which must be translated and proofed. Additionally, bilingual support is provided by the position in other common areas that include enrollment assistance with families, some curricular materials and documents, and parent involvement interactions and translations. Additionally, the principal identified the position as essential in ensuring effective communication between families and the community that they serve, particularly those who require bilingual assistance. This item is recommending to approve the establishment of the school office manager elementary bilingual classification and to allocate the new classification to range 38 on the PSEA Unit 1 salary schedule. This is aligned with the two-range delineation between other monolingual and bilingual classifications that we do have through the system. The approval would reclassify the incumbent who's in this position in accordance with Education Code 45285.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? A motion by Mr. Chang. Do I have a second? A second by Ms. Plotsky. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chang? Aye. Yep, 6-0.
Real quick break.
Okay.
We need to sign some things.
We need to take a quick break. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Perfect.
to supervise co-curricular and extracurricular activities, including school-sponsored field trips. The district will provide appropriate accommodations necessary to support the unique needs of students per a student's individualized education plan, IEP, Section 504 plan, and/or health service plan on school-sponsored field trips. Thank you very much. Love that.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chang.
Take a quick recess to talk about something procedural.
You're welcome. Can you say it now? Is it?
Can we vote on that?
It's a process check, you could do it publicly.
It was posted with the change. Oh, you don't have a printed copy. I don't think they even saw it. Sorry, so just to be clear, so prior to posting the agenda, we had a version of the updated language, and then we posted with a change. So what the public got to see 72 hours in advance of the board meeting was slightly different than what we shared with board members on the Friday before the board meeting. So the question is, is the board able to vote on this without having reviewed the updated language? It's entirely up to you all if you don't feel comfortable and you want to, move it on to a third reading.
I'm comfortable with it, we just don't have it in front of us.
You don't have a printed version,
The
yeah.
right version.
Got it, yeah, yeah.
Is it just that, what looks like paragraph 3, sentence 2 is just removed? Is that
That sounds right.
That's correct.
about the limit, right?
That's correct. The international limit, that was struck from the
That's
board
it.
policy.
Can we motion to approve, understanding that that's the change? Is that okay?
That was what was posted, and yes,
Right.
yes, so that is what you would be approving. And sorry, we didn't, we were not clear about what happened. That was an 11th hour change. You can feel free to ask questions if you want to.
Okay, well, so did we have a motion to approve the posted revised?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, by Mr. Chang. I got a second?
Wait, no, because I have a question. What got removed?
This sentence, you have the correct version.
Oh.
Oh, no, you don't. International, that sentence. International field trips
I'll
only
s-
to one.
I'll second it if we're still.
You can't second
No, you can have debate afterwards, but we can, let's just go ahead and accept the second by Mr. Dougherty, and then there's going to be some discussion here to see where we move forward on this. Heather, did you want to
I'm just
ask
trying to
it?
figure out what was, I didn't realize this was.
So you're okay? All right, we'll move forward with the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Now we move on to 6.6A, nominations for 2025 California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. Mr. Churchill.
Thank you. We're trying to hit our 10:30 deadline. Each year, the California School Boards Association sends ballots to school boards to vote for representatives to the delegate assembly. Candidates are divided by region, and PUSD is part of Region 17. As a board, you're eligible to vote for up to 6 candidates, and we'd like you to indicate those 6 candidates this evening.
Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe is our CSBA representative, so I would like to find out who she suggests.
So I've been there now for 2 meetings, and I have known some of these board members for years in other contexts, but in consultation also with our former board member Darshana Patel, who served as the president of San Diego CSBA, I do have 5 to recommend to the group. Barbara Avalos from National School District, Jane Lee Smith from San Diego Union. In the other column at the top, Zenaida Rosario from San Ysidro, Barbara Ryan from Santee, and Cipriano Vargas from Vista. And I can talk to you about the why of that if you like, but those are the 5 I'm recommending.
Are there any questions from folks onto the selection choice?
No, but do we have to also get you at this point? Okay.
If there's not
I'll make
question.
I'll make a motion.
A motion by Ms. Plotsky. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 6-0. 6.6B, approval of 2 board members for the 2025-2026 student board member selection panel. Mr. Churchill.
Thank you. Every year, we ask the board to select 2 members to serve on the Student Board Member Selection Subcommittee. The application period for the 25-26 student board member closes on Friday, March 28th, and the 2 board members need to be available on the afternoons of Tuesday and Thursday, April 22nd and 24th, to serve on the interview panel, along with myself, our current student board member, Sinead Kiley, and Chief Comms Officer, Josue Reyna. Tonight, we ask the trustees select 2 representatives to serve on the interview subcommittee. Then the subcommittee will report out our selection for full board approval at the May 15th meeting.
So I have to say it's amazing because the people that we get to meet are amazing. So on that, who would like to do it this year?
I was just gonna say, in past years, it's always been the president and vice president.
No, it hasn't, and I did it last year, so I'm
And I
willing
did
to let
not.
someone else have a chance. So I think it's always good to rotate that. So I know that we have O'Connor Radcliffe interested. Who else is interested? And David Chang and Tim. Okay, so we have a battle going on here. Only two, because of that wonderful Brown Act, only 2 get to choose here, so.
I will say that the people who were on it last year didn't even put their names in, thank you. We do tend to rotate and share this fun duty, so, yeah. Whichever one of us doesn't get it this time gets it next time.
We did do it last time?
Heather and I did it last time. That's why we did not put ourselves in for it, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, you did, and it was fabulous. For those in the audience, it is worth the battle because it is awesome, so.
Really late, can we go home now?
That means you get it the year after, no one's gonna fight you.
Okay. So we'll make a note that is Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe and Mr. Daugherty, and make a little note that Mr. Chang gets it next year.
Can we make a note that they win because they're closer to the president?
I did not influence this at all. I did not influence, and I think I added that you get first dibs next time. So I think I was as fair as possible. Okay, do we actually have to have a vote?
Yes.
Okay, so I need a motion for our 2 volunteers.
I will make a motion.
Turn it on.
I make a motion.
Okay, and I will second it. All those in favor? Aye, motion carries 6-0. Fantastic. So now we are on to board member reports, keeping in mind we have 20 minutes until we're done. Fantastic, please go.
Okay, I'll be quick and kind of switch the tone of the meeting thus far. I'd like to share some highlights from my past month. So actually, I think the most fun I've had, well, doing student board member activities this month has been participating in the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. And Dr. Churchill had a change in what we usually do. And this month we discussed the use of AI. And I mean, applicable to myself and the other students there, specifically in high schools. Ahead and after of our meeting, it was a constant discussion of topic between myself and other students, as well as teachers. And in our discussion, we focused on the best ways to educate students on AI, ensuring that they have the right to information and use it responsibly and ethically. And I think in a fast-paced, technologically changing world, very important conversations to be having, especially with students. On another note, I worked with student board members from a couple other districts to help them pass policies similar to the one our district updated this year regarding student board member compensation. So leading the way. And another key focus of this month was I gathered input from staff at Rancho Bernardo High School and Bernardo Heights Middle School regarding the freshman transition project I worked on, and I have started refining a plan to improve it given their input and expand it to additional high school and middle school pairings in the upcoming year. So hopefully the next student board member that you choose will be interested in helping with that. And finally, to close this month, really busy month for a lot of students across the district with finals wrapping up for all of our trimester schools and seniors awaiting college decisions. There has been a mix of stress and excitement in the air, and like many of my peers, I'm anxiously awaiting to see where the next 4 years will take me. So finally, I want to encourage all high school juniors who are passionate about student advocacy, community engagement, and governance to consider applying for my role. The application is now open and will close on March 28th. I can't speak highly enough about my experience and how much it has meant to me, so highly encourage you to apply. Thank you.
I'll be quick. So obviously today was a very difficult meeting for a lot of people. And so I want to recognize that I know I said I was going to use this time each month to talk about the 3 priorities. And obviously what we went through today was directly related to one of the priorities, which is our financial health. So I don't want to talk more about that. And I hope that the public can see that we are trying to be transparent. We're trying to communicate. And I think, if I heard correctly, there will be some follow-up materials that sort of explain more for each of the positions. And so it's difficult for everybody involved. I recognize that, and just want to thank everyone, all the cabinet members, Dr. Churchill. I know these were obviously very difficult decisions for you guys as well, and so thank you for that.
Thanks. The discussions and decisions tonight we've had to make are incredibly important, not just for the immediate needs of our district, but for the long-term health and the continued strength of our students' education. I never lose sight of the fact that behind every policy, number, and every decision, there are real people, educators, staff, and families who are working hard every day to provide the best environment for our students. I respect and appreciate all of them for their dedication. When I decided to run for this board, it was because I believed I could help make a difference, and I truly feel like we've all done that tonight to the best of our ability. I hope my colleagues see that as well, because I know we all share the same commitment to continuous improvement for our education system. Together, we'll make this district a model for others across the state. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the board workshop we had. It was incredibly valuable experience, learning about the board members, and look forward to building on what we learned there as we continue to grow our roles. I'm going to cut this down a little bit. I've already sort of mentioned one paragraph here, and I'll move it along. Just encouraging everyone to just stay engaged in this process, keep the emails coming, and volunteer and stay engaged in the process here we have for a few more months. So I'll move along from there. Thank you.
It's been a long few days for most of the staff in the district, classified, credentialed, management, and anyone I'm missing in between. I want to thank you, everyone, for all the hard work. We've had 3 board meetings in the last few weeks, and I know how much extra work that adds on top of your regular duties, including people at the end of the dais or the other half of them. And people still out in the audience that didn't get to speak tonight. It's a lot of work, and we really appreciate the reports and times you spend to answer our questions, because I know we're not easy. I want to thank everyone who reached out to us these past few days. Your opinions matter, and I tried to get back to as many of you as I could, right up until the meeting started tonight. Thank you for your calm and your direct messages, as well as your willingness to listen and hear us out. You are the heart of Team PUSD. Lastly, I want you all to know, as a team, Dr. Churchill, the cabinet, our union partners, and finally, the 5 of us are all working as hard as we can to find the solutions that will fit this the best we can. This on-site board report.
I want to echo what a lot of others have said already, but thank you to everyone who took the time to email me about today's agenda. Please know that I read every single one that came in before 2 o'clock today. That was my cutoff for today, but I will read any that I missed. This is the worst part of the job, but please do remember that our goal is to be able to rescind as many of those pink slips as possible by June. I want to throw out just some bullet points, things that filled my bucket this month. Visits to PPMC, Abraxas, Pomerado, Meadowbrook, Los Pen, and Sundance. Amazing. Our students are the greatest. Our staff who work with them, amazing. The parents who pop in and do their part. It's Team PUSD, in effect. I watched a local Special Olympics swim team practicing at a PUSD site for the first time ever. Great partnership. I attended Backwards Broadway, a performance at Westview High School. Amazing. I chaperoned a field trip. Haven't done that since elementary school, I think, but chaperoned a field trip to watch plays by young writers featuring a Poway Unified's student play being performed by professionals. I attended a high school swim meet, and I joined a large crew, I think maybe most everyone up here, to visit the work sites of our 3 district Teachers of the Year and Classified Employees of the Year. Thank you for all the work you do, and I will cut it.
Thank you for saving so much time, everybody. I really appreciate it. I have 15 minutes. I do want to mention, I joined San Diego City Council member Marty Von Wilbert and representative of the Urban League of San Diego County, LISC, and the San Diego Unified Board of Trustees to announce HOPE, which is the Housing Opportunities for Public Educators, the groundbreaking $1 million teacher housing grant that's privately funded by Lennar Home Construction as part of a development agreement with the City of San Diego. It will help certified educators teaching in San Diego City Council District 5 achieve home ownership. So we just need to find out how to get that to all our different areas, because it's a fantastic resource for our teachers at no cost to taxpayers. Second, I had a meeting with Poway's new council member, Jenny Maeda. While the city is currently navigating several challenges, I'm confident that through collaboration, we can work towards solutions that serve our shared community, because strong partnerships between the school district and the city leadership are essential, and I look forward to working with her. I did want to call out our visit to the Poway to Palomar Middle College, because it's a very innovative program that exemplifies the importance of alternative education pathways. And it's critical that we ensure that all students are aware of these opportunities. Most don't realize we had a student that graduated from there who got accepted to Stanford and already had her AA degree at high school while attending there. So I think there's a lot of people who don't understand the potential of PPMC. Next, kind of going off of what Tim says about getting involved, Superintendent Churchill and I went to the Palomar Council meeting, and we need volunteers. We need donations. The volunteers and private donations have been essential to the success of our schools, and we need to encourage and support community involvement at all aspects of the schools. And then lastly, I'm going to acknowledge the difficult decisions that we had surrounding the budget and personal reductions today. It is by far the hardest part of this role because every individual in our schools, teachers, staff, and volunteers play an essential role in the success of our students. I sincerely wish we had the resources to provide, again, the maximum support, not the minimum support of what Ed Code says, to every student and staff member. But please know, and I think you probably heard, that these decisions were not taken lightly by anyone. And our priority is always to deliver the best education for our students. So thank you for your dedication to our schools and our community, and we'll always keep our students foremost in our minds. And to that, I pass it to you.
Thanks. I too will cut mine short. I'll just make 4 quick updates. Number 1, shout out to Rancho Bernardo girls basketball. They won the D2 Southern California State Regional Championships, and they're making PUSD history by advancing to the state championship in Sacramento. Next, shout out to Poway High School Wrestling. They took 2nd place at the California State Championship, with 2 wrestlers earning individual state champion titles. Number 3, recognizing Creekside Elementary and Twin Peaks Middle School, as they've earned the Purple Star School designation, recognizing schools that successfully respond to the educational and social emotional challenges of military-connected children as they transition to a new school and keep them on track to be college, workforce, and life ready. These schools will be honored at a Salute to Purple Star Schools event next week at SeaWorld. And finally, repeating, congratulations to our district classified employees of the year and our district teachers of the year. Thank you.
Fantastic. And with that, we reach number 9, adjournment. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held Thursday, April 10th, 2025 at 6 p.m. right here. And we are adjourning at 10.